Good evening. Tonight, we're tracing the complete history of the milkshake, from ancient Mediterranean traditions of mixing milk with honey and ice to the chrome-top stools of America's Golden Age diners. It's a story that spans 3 millennia, crosses 4 continents, and reveals how a simple combination of milk, ice, and sweetness became the soundtrack of 20th century American life. This is how an ancient luxury became an everyday pleasure, and how a drink built an entire culture of roadside dining. If you enjoy these deep dives into history, hit that like button and subscribe. Drop a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is where you are. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world, late at night or early morning, for these journeys into the past. Phone face down, volume at a whisper. Let's go in. The story begins not in a 1950s diner or a drive-through window, but in ancient Persia, where human ingenuity first conquered summer heat. Around 400 BCE, Persian engineers constructed remarkable structures called yakchals, domed ice houses that stood as tall as buildings. These weren't simple storage pits. They were sophisticated climate control systems built from heat-resistant mud brick, featuring wind catchers and underground chambers that could preserve ice through scorching summers. Workers would harvest ice from nearby mountains during winter, transporting it down to these structures where it would remain frozen for months. The Persians didn't just store ice, they used it. Historical accounts describe wealthy families consuming a treat called sharbat, a mixture of fruit juices, rose water, and snow, sometimes enriched with milk or yogurt. This wasn't quite a milkshake as we'd recognize it, but the fundamental impulse was there. Take something cold, something sweet, something creamy, and combine them into refreshment. The practice spread throughout the ancient world, carried along trade routes by merchants and conquerors alike. By the time of the Roman Empire, ice and snow had become status symbols among the wealthy. Roman Emperor Nero supposedly sent runners into the Apennine Mountains to retrieve snow, which palace cooks would mix with honey and fruit juices. Some accounts suggest they occasionally added milk to these preparations, creating what might have been the distant ancestors of the milkshake. The logistics were staggering. Keeping snow frozen during the journey down the mountain required speed, insulation with straw and cloth, and a relay system of runners. Only the very wealthy could afford such extravagance. The knowledge of ice preservation spread through the Islamic world during the medieval period, and it was here that cold milk drinks became more refined. Arab physicians and scholars, building on Persian traditions, developed an entire pharmacology of cold beverages. They believed, not entirely incorrectly, that certain combinations of chilled milk, honey, and spices had medicinal properties. By the 10th century, the word sherbet had entered common usage across the Middle East, describing a family of cold drinks that often included dairy, mixed with fruit syrups and sugar, all cooled with precious ice from mountain sources. Medieval Europeans encountered these traditions during the Crusades. Knights and merchants returned with tales of exotic cold drinks, and slowly, the practice took root among European aristocracy. By the 13th century, Marco Polo's journeys to China brought back descriptions of frozen milk and cream dishes that fascinated Italian nobles. These accounts may have inspired early experiments with what would eventually become ice cream. The 16th and 17th centuries saw European courts obsessed with frozen desserts. The Medici family in Florence pioneered various ice cream formulations. Catherine de' Medici supposedly brought Italian ice cream makers to France when she married King Henry II in 1533. French chefs began developing their own frozen confections, many incorporating milk and cream in increasingly sophisticated ways. These weren't stirred drinks yet. They were more like what we'd call ice cream or sorbet, but they established milk and cream as essential ingredients in frozen luxury foods. England developed its own tradition during this period. Cream ices appeared at the table of Charles III in the 1600s, reportedly made by a French chef sworn to secrecy. The recipe involved cream, sugar, and flavorings, frozen with ice and salt. The same basic principle that would later drive ice cream production. These desserts remained almost impossibly expensive, requiring both imported ice, shipped from Scandinavia or Scotland, and tremendous labor to produce. The transformation from aristocratic luxury to broader accessibility began with ice itself. In the early 1800s, Americans began to revolutionize the ice industry. A Boston businessman named Frederick Tudor became known as the Ice King after successfully harvesting ice from New England ponds and shipping it to the Caribbean, Europe, and even India. Starting around 1806, Tudor developed techniques for insulating ice with sawdust, allowing it to survive months-long ocean voyages. His success inspired others, and by the 1820s, the American ice trade was booming. New England winters provided the raw material. Workers would cut massive blocks of ice from frozen lakes and ponds using specialized saws, then store them in well-insulated ice houses. The industry employed thousands. During harvest season, entire communities would participate, cutting, hauling, and storing ice that would be sold throughout the following summer. By the 1830s, ice was available not just to the wealthy, but to middle-class American families willing to buy it from delivery wagons that traveled through city streets. This ice revolution coincided with another crucial development: the improvement of milk safety. Throughout most of human history, milk was dangerous. Without refrigeration, it spoiled within hours. Urban milk supplies were particularly notorious. Cows kept in filthy city dairies, producing diseased milk that killed thousands of children annually. But the combination of ice availability and emerging understanding of sanitation began to change this. By the 1840s, American cities were developing systems to keep milk cold during transport and storage. Iceboxes became common household items for those who could afford them. The American pharmacy emerged as an unexpected cradle of cold, mixed drinks. In the early 1800s, pharmacies weren't just places to obtain medicine. They were social gathering spots, much like coffee houses. Pharmacists, or druggists as they were often called, experimented with various tonics and refreshments. Many of these preparations involved milk, eggs, and sweeteners, sometimes combined with actual medicinal ingredients, sometimes just marketed as healthful. By the 1830s and 1840s, pharmacies began offering what they called milk punches, mixtures of milk with sugar, sometimes eggs, often spiked with brandy or whiskey. These were served cold when ice was available, shaken by hand in metal containers to create a frothy texture. The shaking was important. It wasn't just about mixing ingredients. The vigorous shaking incorporated air, creating a lighter, more pleasant drink than simply stirring the components together. The temperance movement, gaining strength in the 1840s and 1850s, inadvertently advanced the development of non-alcoholic mixed drinks. As social pressure against alcohol grew, pharmacists and beverage makers sought ways to create satisfying drinks without spirits. Cold milk drinks fit perfectly into this niche. They provided richness and satisfaction without the moral complications of alcohol. The tradition of the egg cream, which despite its name contained neither eggs nor cream in its final form, emerged from this period, a chocolate-flavored milk drink that became hugely popular in New York City. The soda fountain, which would become the milkshake's true home, also originated in pharmacies. The first American soda fountains appeared in the 18s and 1820s, dispensing carbonated water believed to have medicinal properties. Initially, these were simple affairs, just carbonated water, perhaps flavored with fruit syrups. But by mid-century, fountain operators were experimenting with adding cream and milk to their carbonated creations, producing early versions of what would eventually be called ice cream sodas. By 1850, all the pieces were in place. Ice was commercially available in American cities. Milk could be kept safely cold. Pharmacies had become social centers offering mixed beverages. Sugar was increasingly affordable due to Caribbean and Louisiana production. The technology of shaking drinks was well established, and American culture had developed an appetite for cold, sweet, creamy refreshments. What was missing was the name, the standardized recipe, and the machine that would make it practical to serve these drinks quickly to large numbers of people. Those innovations would come in the following decades, but the foundation, 3,000 years of human fascination with cold, milk, and sweetness, was solid. From Persian ice houses to New England ice harvests, from Arab sherbet to American milk punches, the milkshake's ancestry was ancient, global, and surprisingly complex. Ice was becoming accessible. Milk was becoming safe. The stage was set for invention. The decades following the Civil War transformed the American soda fountain from a curiosity into an institution. By the 1850s and 1860s, ornate marble and brass fountains were appearing in pharmacies across the country, but particularly in growing cities like Philadelphia, New York, and Boston. These weren't the streamlined chrome fixtures that would define mid-20th century diners. They were elaborate affairs, often resembling Baroque altarpieces, with multiple spigots, decorative urns, and gleaming metalwork that announced luxury and modernity in equal measure. The pharmacy remained central to this culture. A typical urban drugstore of the 1870s devoted significant floor space to its fountain operation. The fountain itself might occupy 10 or 15 feet of counter space, backed by mirrors and shelves displaying colored glass bottles filled with syrups, ruby red, emerald green, amber gold. The pharmacist or his assistant would stand behind this counter like a priest at an altar, mixing drinks to order for customers who sat on simple wooden stools or stood at the counter. These early fountain drinks were relatively simple: carbonated water, flavored with fruit syrups, perhaps phosphate salts that gave a tangy edge. But fountain operators were experimenters by nature, constantly trying new combinations to attract and keep customers. Cream and milk were obvious additions. They softened the sharp carbonation, added richness, and transformed a refreshing drink into something more substantial. By the 1870s, the ice cream soda had emerged as a popular offering, a scoop of ice cream floating in flavored carbonated water, slowly melting into a creamy, fizzy beverage. The term milkshake first appeared in print in 1885, but it described something quite different from what we know today. Early newspaper references and bartender guides describe milkshakes as alcoholic drinks, a mixture of whiskey, milk, eggs, and sugar, shaken vigorously with ice. These were breakfast drinks or medicinal tonics, served in hotels and bars rather than family-friendly pharmacies. The connection to today's dessert beverage was the method, shaking, rather than the ingredients. The act of shaking was crucial. A bartender or fountain worker would place milk, flavorings, and ice into a metal container, seal it tightly, and shake it as hard as possible for 30 seconds or more. This wasn't gentle mixing. It was violent agitation that broke down ice crystals, incorporated air, and created a frothy, light texture impossible to achieve by stirring. The physical effort was considerable. After shaking a dozen drinks in an hour, a worker's arms would ache. The temperance movement, increasingly powerful through the 1870s and 1880s, created both challenges and opportunities for fountain operators. As saloons came under attack and alcohol consumption became socially problematic in many communities, the soda fountain offered a respectable alternative social space. Temperance advocates actually promoted fountains as wholesome gathering places where families could enjoy refreshments without the moral dangers of liquor. This pressure accelerated innovation in non-alcoholic beverages. Fountain operators needed drinks sophisticated enough to satisfy customers who might otherwise seek out a tavern. Rich, complex milk drinks fit the bill perfectly. By the late 1880s, fountains were serving non-alcoholic milkshakes, milk, sugar, and flavoring like vanilla or chocolate, shaken with ice until frothy. These weren't yet made with ice cream, but they were recognizably ancestors of the modern milkshake. Regional variations developed quickly, and many persist to this day. In Philadelphia, the term milkshake took hold for a simple mixture of milk, chocolate, or fruit syrup, and ice, shaken until frothy. The drink was thin enough to sip through a straw, refreshing rather than dessert-like. Philadelphia fountain workers took pride in their shaking technique, competing to see who could achieve the finest, most stable foam. Boston developed its own tradition, using the term frappé for a drink that incorporated ice cream along with milk and flavoring. The word came from the French frappé, meaning chilled or iced. A Boston frappé was thicker than a Philadelphia milkshake, almost spoonable, with the ice cream creating a denser, more indulgent texture. Ordering a milkshake in Boston would get you just milk and syrup, no ice cream at all. This distinction would frustrate travelers and delight locals for more than a century. Rhode Island went its own direction with the cabinet, a term whose origin remains debated. Some claimed it referred to the wooden cabinet where a particular blender was stored. Others insisted it derived from the drink's invention in a specific pharmacy's cabinet-style fountain. Regardless of etymology, a Rhode Island cabinet was similar to a Boston frappé, thick, ice cream-based, and rich, but often made with a slightly different technique that incorporated more air. New York developed the frosted, which might include malted milk powder along with ice cream and syrup. This addition gave the drink a distinctive, slightly nutty flavor and additional nutritional content. Malted milk had been developed in the 1870s by William Horlick as a food for infants and invalids, but it quickly found its way into fountain drinks, valued for both flavor and the perception of healthfulness. Ice cream's entry into the fountain drink business happened gradually through the 1880s and 1890s. Ice cream itself had become more available thanks to mechanical ice cream makers that appeared in the 1840s and improved steadily over the following decades. What had been a rare luxury became an affordable treat. By 1880, ice cream was common enough that fountain operators could keep tubs of it on hand, using it both for ice cream sodas and for experimental drinks. The first fountain operator who thought to blend ice cream directly into a milk drink, rather than floating it on top, remains unknown. It likely happened in multiple places independently, but once it did, the possibilities expanded dramatically. Ice cream provided structure. The drink could be thick rather than thin. It provided flavor intensity, and it provided temperature without the need for as much regular ice, which could water down the drink as it melted. A typical fountain worker's day in the 1890s began early. The worker, usually a young man, though women were beginning to enter the profession in some establishments, would arrive at the pharmacy by 7 or 8 in the morning. First came preparation. Ice needed to be crushed from the larger blocks delivered to the shop's icebox. This was done with an ice pick and hammer, laborious work that produced chips and shavings small enough to shake with drinks. Next, the worker would prepare syrups if the shop made its own, heating sugar with water and flavorings, then cooling the mixtures for the day's use. Glass syrup bottles needed to be arranged attractively. Fresh milk and cream needed to be checked, sniffing carefully for any hint of sourness, and transferred from delivery cans into the fountain's refrigerated storage. If the shop served ice cream drinks, the worker would transfer ice cream from the insulated storage box into smaller containers behind the counter for easy access. The morning rush might begin around 9, with workers stopping in before their shifts at nearby offices or factories. Each drink was made individually, by hand. A customer would order a chocolate milkshake. The fountain worker would take a metal shaker, essentially 2 metal cups designed to fit together tightly, and measure in milk, chocolate syrup, and a handful of crushed ice. Then came the shaking, hard, vigorous shaking for 30 to 45 seconds, until the metal became almost too cold to hold. The worker would separate the cups with a practiced twist, pour the frothy mixture into a glass, and slide it across the counter. During busy periods, a skilled fountain worker might shake drinks continuously for an hour or more. The physical toll was real. Successful fountain workers developed impressive forearm strength. They also developed techniques to minimize effort, optimal grip positions, efficient shaking motions that maximized agitation while conserving energy. The lunch rush brought peak business. From noon to 2 o'clock, customers would crowd, 3 deep at the fountain, calling out orders. A good fountain worker needed to memorize regulars' preferences, work fast without sacrificing quality, and maintain friendly banter even while exhausted. The fountain was theater as much as food service. Customers watched their drinks being made, and the performance mattered. A fountain worker who could shake 2 drinks simultaneously, one in each hand, would draw admiring comments and better tips. Afternoons were slower, allowing time for cleaning, wiping down the marble fountain surface, washing glasses, refilling syrups. The evening shift might bring families after dinner, young couples courting, or workers stopping in after their shifts ended. By 9 or 10 at night, the fountain would close, requiring final cleanup before the worker could head home, arms still aching from the day's shaking. The economics of fountain operation were intricate. Milk drinks had higher material costs than simple carbonated beverages. Milk was expensive, ice cream even more so. But customers would pay premium prices for them. A plain soda water might cost 3 cents in 1890, while a milkshake could command 10 cents or even a dime and a half. The markup was substantial enough to make the extra labor worthwhile. By 1900, the soda fountain had become a defining feature of American commercial life. Virtually every pharmacy had one, and dedicated fountain shops were opening in commercial districts. The variety of drinks had exploded. Dozens of name beverages, each with its own recipe, technique, and devoted following. The milkshake, in its various regional forms, had established itself as a premium offering, more substantial than a simple soda, more respectable than an ice cream sundae eaten with a spoon. But the handshaking method imposed limits. A fountain worker could only shake so many drinks per hour. Arms could only endure so much strain. As demand grew, as fountains became busier, as the 20th century approached, with its emphasis on efficiency and mechanization, the bottleneck became obvious. The milkshake was popular, profitable, and exhausting to produce. Something would have to change. But shaking drinks by hand was exhausting work. What came next would change everything. The first electric drink mixer changed everything, though few recognized it at the time. In 1911, Hamilton Beach introduced a device that would revolutionize the soda fountain business, a motor-driven mixer with a spinning blade that could do the work of a fountain clerk's aching arms. The machine stood about a foot tall, with an electric motor base and a vertical shaft topped by a small mixing blade. A worker would place a metal cup containing milk, ice cream, and flavoring under the blade, flip a switch, and let the machine do what had previously required 30 seconds of vigorous manual shaking. The early Hamilton Beach mixers weren't perfect. They were relatively expensive, around $25 at a time when a fountain worker might earn $12 per week. They were also somewhat temperamental, requiring regular maintenance and occasional repairs. The motors would overheat during heavy use, forcing workers to let them cool between batches of drinks. But even with these limitations, the machines represented a fundamental shift. A single fountain worker could now produce 3 or 4 times as many drinks per hour, with consistent results and without physical exhaustion. Adoption spread gradually through the 1910s. Large fountain operations in major cities bought the machines first, recouping their investment within months through increased volume. Smaller pharmacies in rural areas continued handshaking drinks into the 1920s, unable or unwilling to invest in electric equipment. This created a noticeable divide. Mechanized urban fountains could serve drinks faster and cheaper than traditional operations, gradually forcing smaller competitors to either modernize or specialize in other offerings. In 1922, another crucial innovation appeared. Stephen Poplawski, a Polish immigrant working in Racine, Wisconsin, patented an improved blender design specifically intended for making drinks at soda fountains. Poplawski's key insight was moving the blade to the bottom of the container rather than having it descend from above. This created better circulation, more thorough blending, and reduced the tendency for ingredients to separate or stick to container walls. His design also used a sealed glass or metal container that attached directly to the motor base, making the whole operation more sanitary and efficient. Poplawski wasn't thinking about home kitchens. His target market was commercial fountain operations, and he marketed his invention aggressively to drugstore chains and independent fountains. The Poplawski blender could pulverize ice more effectively than earlier mixers, creating smoother drinks with better texture. It could also handle thicker mixtures, allowing fountain operators to use more ice cream and less milk, transforming the milkshake from a frothy beverage into something approaching liquid ice cream. The emerging drugstore chains recognized the potential immediately. Walgreens, founded in Chicago in 1901, had grown to over 20 locations by 1916. Charles Walgreens Sr. understood that fountain service drove foot traffic and created loyal customers. His stores invested heavily in fountain equipment, including the new electric mixers. By the early 1920s, Walgreens had developed standardized recipes for its milkshakes, ensuring that a chocolate shake at the State Street store tasted identical to one at the location on Milwaukee Avenue. This standardization represented a significant shift. Previously, each fountain had its own recipes, often guarded jealously. The drinks reflected the individual skill and preferences of whoever worked the fountain. But chain operations required consistency. A customer who enjoyed a drink at one location needed to receive the same experience at another. Machines made this possible. They mixed drinks the same way every time, removing individual variation. Recipe cards specified exact measurements: 2 ounces of syrup, 1 scoop of ice cream, 6 ounces of milk, eliminating guesswork. Other chains followed Walgreens' model. Liggett's, which grew to over 500 drugstores by 1930, developed its own signature fountain drinks and equipment standards. Rexall, operating as a cooperative of independent pharmacies, provided member stores with standardized recipes and recommended equipment. Regional chains emerged in every major city: Cunningham's in Detroit, Reed's in Baltimore, People's in Washington, each building their business partly on fountain service. The texture and composition of milkshakes evolved rapidly during this period. Early hand-shaken milkshakes had been relatively thin, more like flavored milk than dessert. The limited mixing power of human arms couldn't fully incorporate large amounts of ice cream. But electric mixers changed the equation. By the mid-1920s, the standard milkshake recipe called for at least one generous scoop of ice cream, sometimes two, blended with just enough milk to make the mixture drinkable through a straw. The result was thick, rich, and intensely flavored, closer to melted ice cream than to the earlier, lighter drinks. Ice cream itself had become standard rather than optional. Reliable refrigeration improved steadily through the 1920s. Fountain operations could maintain ice cream at proper temperatures throughout the day. Ice cream manufacturers developed products specifically designed for fountain use, slightly softer than packaged ice cream, easier to scoop and blend, formulated to create optimal texture when mixed. The three classic flavors, vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry, dominated, though larger operations might offer 5 or 6 options. Then came Prohibition, and the fountain business exploded. The 18th Amendment, which took effect in January 1920, banned the manufacture and sale of alcoholic beverages. Saloons closed by the thousands, but people still wanted social spaces, places to gather and talk over drinks. Soda fountains filled that void. A working man who might previously have stopped at a tavern after his shift now went to the drugstore fountain instead. The drinks weren't alcoholic, but they were satisfying, affordable, and socially acceptable. Fountain sales soared during the Prohibition years. Walgreens expanded from 20 stores to over 500 between 1920 and 1930, growth driven largely by fountain traffic. The company's founder later admitted, perhaps only half joking, the Prohibition had been very good for business. Other chains saw similar expansion. New fountain-focused businesses emerged, not attached to pharmacies, but operating as dedicated soda shops or confectionaries. The milkshake became a standard part of American working-class life during this period, before mechanization. At 10 or 15 cents each, milkshakes had been occasional treats for most families, but increased efficiency drove prices down. By the mid-1920s, a standard milkshake cost a nickel at many fountains, the same as a Coca-Cola or other simple drink. For a nickel, a worker could get something substantial, filling, and delicious. Children could afford shakes from their allowances. The drink democratized, moving from premium indulgence to everyday pleasure. Regional chains developed signature approaches that fostered intense local loyalty. In Pennsylvania, Isley's dairy stores served a version they called the Klondike. Extra thick, made with their proprietary ice cream, served so thick that the straw would stand upright in the glass. In the Midwest, Winkles developed malted milkshakes that became legendary in Indiana and Ohio. Southern chains like Liggett's adapted recipes to local preferences, often making shakes slightly sweeter than their northern counterparts. The malted milkshake deserves particular attention. Malted milk powder, invented decades earlier, found its perfect application in mechanized milkshakes. A spoonful of the powder, made from dried milk, barley malt, and wheat flour, added a distinctive, nutty, toasted flavor that many customers preferred to plain shakes. The malted, or malt, became a separate menu category, usually costing a penny or two more than a regular shake. In some regions, particularly the Midwest, malteds outsold plain shakes by substantial margins. A typical fountain operation in 1928 looked quite different from its 1900 predecessor. The marble and brass remained, but now electric mixers lined the back counter, often 3 or 4 of them, allowing multiple drinks to be prepared simultaneously. A fountain worker would move along the line during busy periods, starting one shake blending, moving to the next mixer to start another, returning to the first to pour the finished drink, then cleaning the container and starting the cycle again. The rhythm was industrial, efficient, almost hypnotic. The workers themselves changed too. Fountain work was no longer quite so physically demanding, which opened it to different demographics. Women increasingly worked fountain counters, particularly in the smaller neighborhood stores. The job still required skill, knowing recipes, managing multiple orders, maintaining pleasant customer interaction, but it no longer required the arm strength of the handshaking era. Training periods shortened. Chains could hire workers and have them productive within days rather than weeks. The customers changed as well. Fountains became more democratic spaces. The ornate fountains of the 1890s had been somewhat intimidating, attracting middle-class customers comfortable in formal commercial settings. But Prohibition-era fountains were busier, noisier, more casual. Workers in overalls sat next to office clerks. Children pressed their noses against glass candy cases while their mothers enjoyed coffee at the counter. Teenagers gathered after school, pooling nickels for shakes. The fountain became a genuine community space, crossing class lines in ways that previous generations might have found remarkable. The mechanization also enabled experimentation. Handshaking had imposed practical limits on what could be mixed effectively, but electric blenders could incorporate chunks of fruit, cookies, candy, anything that would fit and blend. Some fountains began offering specialty shakes with add-ins, charging a premium for novelty. A chocolate shake might be enhanced with crushed peppermint candy. A vanilla shake could incorporate fresh strawberries when in season. These innovations remained mostly local and seasonal through the 1920s, but they demonstrated the format's flexibility. By 1930, the milkshake had been thoroughly transformed. What began as a hand-shaken mixture of milk, sugar, and flavoring, occasionally enriched with ice cream, had become a thick, rich, ice cream-based dessert drink, produced efficiently by machines, sold cheaply enough for everyday consumption, and available at fountains in virtually every American town of any size. The machines hummed constantly during busy periods, churning out shakes by the hundreds, feeding a growing appetite for cold, sweet, creamy refreshment. As machines whirred in fountains across America, someone was about to take the milkshake on the road. The pig stand opened in Dallas, Texas, in 1921, and while few noticed at the time, it represented a fundamental reimagining of how Americans could eat. J.G. Kirby, a Dallas candy and tobacco wholesaler, had observed that Americans were increasingly living their lives in automobiles. Why not, he reasoned, let them eat in their cars as well? His first restaurant consisted of little more than a small building with a large parking area. Customers would drive up, park, and uniformed car hops would come to their windows to take orders. The food would be brought out to the car. eaten behind the wheel, and the customer would drive away. The concept struggled initially. The 1920s economy was good, but most Americans still considered restaurant dining a sit-down affair. The pig stand survived by offering barbecue sandwiches cheap enough and convenient enough to attract curious drivers. But the idea didn't truly catch fire until the 1930s, when several factors converged to make drive-in dining not just viable, but culturally important. The Great Depression, paradoxically, helped establish drive-in culture. Families with limited money still owned cars, vehicles purchased during the prosperous 1920s. These cars represented freedom, mobility, and a connection to better times. A family might not be able to afford a sit-down restaurant meal, but they could scrape together enough change for sandwiches and drinks at a drive-in, eaten in the privacy of their own car, without the social pressure of a formal dining room. The experience offered dignity along with affordability. Car ownership itself continued to climb despite economic hardship. By 1930, there were 23 million registered automobiles in America. By 1940, there were 27 million. Roads improved steadily through the 1930s, with New Deal programs employing thousands to build and pave highways. Americans were increasingly mobile, and businesses that could serve mobile customers had significant advantages. The milkshake proved to be nearly perfect car food. It came in a container that fit in one hand, leaving the other free for driving or for managing children in the back seat. It didn't require utensils. It wouldn't spill easily if the car was parked. It was substantial enough to satisfy hunger, but consumed slowly enough that people would linger, making the drive-in a social destination rather than just a quick fuel stop. And critically, milkshakes had high profit margins. The materials cost perhaps 5 to 8 cents, but drive-ins could charge 15 or 20 cents, capturing revenue that justified the labor-intensive car hop service model. A&W Root Beer, founded in 1919, began franchising drive-in locations in the early 1920s and expanded aggressively through the 1930s. While root beer floats were their signature, A&W locations quickly added milkshakes to their menus. Recognizing customer demand, the company developed a distinctive drive-in format, large parking lots, uniformed car hops wearing white and orange, and a menu designed for car consumption. By 1940, A&W had more than 250 locations across the country. Other regional chains followed. The Civils Drive-In in Houston began operations in 1938 and became known for its milkshakes nearly as much as its barbecue. Steak and Shake, founded in Normal, Illinois, in 1934, made milkshakes central to its identity from day one. The shake in its name wasn't decorative. Founder Gus Belt promoted the quality of his milkshakes aggressively, using the slogan, "In sight it must be right," allowing customers to watch their shakes being made to assure them of quality ingredients. Troy Smith opened the Top Hat Drive-In in Shawnee, Oklahoma, in 1953, which would eventually become Sonic. But the template he followed had been established 2 decades earlier: parking stalls, car hop service, and a menu heavy on drinks, including multiple milkshake flavors. The drive-in format, once novel, had become standard across much of the country by the late 1940s. The car hop emerged as a distinctly American occupation. Mostly young women by the late 1930s, though some locations employed young men. Car hops wore uniforms that became iconic: short skirts or shorts, letter jackets or matching shirts, sometimes roller skates for faster service. They worked for low wages, depending heavily on tips. The job required physical stamina, carrying heavy trays across parking lots for hours, plus the social skills to manage customers of all types while maintaining cheerful efficiency. A car hop's shift during the summer of 1940 might begin at 4 in the afternoon and run until midnight or later. She would start by checking her station, making sure she had order pads, a money apron, and that her section of the parking lot was clean. As cars began pulling in, she would hurry from vehicle to vehicle, taking orders. A typical order might be 2 hamburgers, an order of onion rings, and 2 chocolate milkshakes. She would deliver the order to the kitchen window, wait while it was prepared, often 5 to 8 minutes during busy periods, then carry it out on a heavy metal tray, sometimes attaching it to the car window with a special hook. Milkshakes presented particular challenges. They were heavy. A large shake could weigh a pound or more, and they had to be transported carefully to avoid spilling. Many drive-ins developed specialized carriers with indentations to hold shake cups securely. The drinks also had to be consumed relatively quickly before melting made them soupy, which meant car hops needed to deliver shakes immediately after they came off the fountain line, interrupting whatever else they were doing. World War II disrupted the drive-in business severely. Gasoline rationing made pleasure driving nearly impossible. Rubber rationing meant worn tires couldn't be replaced, keeping cars parked. Sugar rationing limited milkshake production. Ice cream required sugar, and rationing boards didn't consider milkshakes essential. Many drive-ins closed or converted to conventional sit-down service to survive. Car hops left for war work in factories, earning much better wages. But the war also created profound associations between American culture and its comforts. Soldiers stationed overseas received care packages containing American treats. Military newspapers and magazines ran nostalgic articles about home, and drive-ins frequently appeared in these reminiscences. The image of pulling into a drive-in on a summer evening, ordering a shake, maybe spending time with a girl. This became part of what soldiers told themselves they were fighting to preserve. When the war ended in 1945, pent-up demand exploded. Americans had saved money during the war years, unable to spend on consumer goods. Now, with soldiers returning and factories converting back to civilian production, that money flooded the economy. New car sales boomed. Young couples married and started families, and they all wanted to recapture or create the American life they'd been promised. The drive-in became central to post-war American culture in ways that would have seemed unlikely even 10 years earlier. The suburbs were expanding rapidly, and these new communities often lacked traditional town centers. Drive-ins filled that void, becoming gathering places where neighbors would see each other, where teenagers would congregate, where families would go for weekend treats. The parking lot replaced the town square. Teenagers emerged as a distinct demographic with purchasing power. High school students in the late 1940s often had part-time jobs, bagging groceries, delivering papers, working retail. They had money to spend and freedom to spend it. The drive-in became teenage territory, particularly in the evening hours. A young man would borrow his father's car, pick up his girlfriend, and drive to the local spot where everyone gathered. The milkshake was the price of admission. You couldn't just park without ordering something. The malt shop entered American vocabulary during this period, though it described various configurations. Some were traditional indoor fountains frequented by teenagers. Others were drive-ins specializing in drinks and lighter fare. All shared certain characteristics. They were teenager-friendly spaces where young people could socialize with minimal adult supervision, where the jukebox played the latest music, where couples could share a shake with 2 straws in a gesture of intimacy that parents considered wholesome. The 2-straw milkshake became a powerful cultural symbol. Movies and advertisements showed clean-cut young couples leaning toward each other over a single shake glass, each with their own straw, the shared drink representing innocent romance. This image appeared everywhere. Magazine covers, movie posters, advertisements for everything from cars to colleges. It represented post-war American optimism, the promise that life could be sweet, safe, and shared. The reality was more complex, of course. Drive-ins could be sites of racial tension. Many were segregated in southern states, and even in northern locations, informal discrimination was common. They could be sites of class friction, with working-class teenagers in older cars feeling judged by their better-off peers. And parents worried, not always without reason, about what teenagers might be doing in cars parked in dark corners of drive-in lots. But the cultural power of the drive-in milkshake remained strong. It represented mobility. You could consume it anywhere. It represented prosperity. These were dessert drinks, indulgences that proved American abundance. It represented youth and the future. Teenagers drinking shakes today would be the adults building tomorrow's America. Marketing materials from drive-in chains in the late 1940s and early 1950s rarely showed adults. They showed teenagers, families with young children, and always, they showed milkshakes. The drive-in format also drove menu innovation. Traditional soda fountains had been constrained by what could be consumed at a counter on a stool. Drive-ins had different constraints. Food needed to be eaten in a car without making a mess. This pushed operators toward finger foods and drinks. But it also enabled larger portions. A fountain counter had limited space. You couldn't spread out. In your car, you had room for multiple drinks, multiple orders. Large milkshakes, 16 or even 20 ounces, instead of the traditional 8 to 10, became common at drive-ins by the late 1940s. Flavor variety expanded as well. Traditional fountains offered 3 or 4 shake flavors. Drive-ins, competing for teenage loyalty, offered 8, 10, or a dozen. Pineapple, banana, butterscotch, cherry. Any flavor that could be syruped or sourced in ice cream form appeared on drive-in menus. Some locations offered mix-ins, allowing customers to add crushed candy or cookies to standard flavors, personalizing their drinks. By 1950, the drive-in and the milkshake were thoroughly intertwined in American consciousness. The drive-in couldn't exist as a viable business without high-margin drinks like milkshakes subsidizing lower-margin food items. And milkshakes had found their ideal delivery mechanism. Not a formal fountain counter, but a casual, car-based social space where Americans were already spending increasing amounts of time. The format had proven itself profitable, culturally significant, and scalable. Entrepreneurs across the country were opening drive-ins, each seeking their own variation on the successful template. The stage was set for someone to take the next logical step, to rationalize and systematize the entire operation with the same efficiency that Henry Ford had brought to automobile manufacturing. But the drive-ins were just the beginning. Two brothers in California were about to industrialize the entire process. Ray Kroc spent the early 1950s driving across America, selling machines. Not just any machines, multi-mixers, devices capable of blending 5 milkshakes simultaneously. Kroc had acquired the marketing rights to the multi-mixer in 1939, and for more than a decade, he'd been calling on drive-ins, drugstore fountains, and restaurant operators, demonstrating how his machine could revolutionize their beverage service. The pitch was straightforward. Why have one fountain worker make one shake at a time when they could make 5 at once? Most drive-ins used single-spindle mixers, requiring workers to blend drinks sequentially during rush periods. Lines would form, customers would wait, and potential sales would be lost to impatience. The multi-mixer solved this problem through sheer multiplication. A worker could line up 5 metal cups on the machine's spindles, add ingredients to each, flip a switch, and walk away while all 5 blended simultaneously. When finished, the worker would return, remove the completed shakes, and start the next batch. During peak hours, this could triple or quadruple drink output. The machine wasn't cheap, around $150 at a time when a used car might cost $500. But for high-volume operations, the multi-mixer paid for itself within months. Kroc made a decent living from sales commissions, though he wasn't getting rich. By 1954, he was in his early 50s, successful but not spectacularly so, still traveling constantly, still making sales calls. Then he noticed something odd in his order records. A small drive-in restaurant in San Bernardino, California, had purchased not 1 multi-mixer, not 2, but 8. 8 machines meant the potential to make 40 milkshakes simultaneously. Kroc couldn't imagine what kind of operation would need that capacity. He had to see it for himself. In July 1954, Kroc drove to San Bernardino and found McDonald's, a small drive-in run by brothers Richard and Morris McDonald. What he witnessed that day changed American food service forever. The McDonald brothers had stripped away everything slow, expensive, or complicated from the drive-in model. No car hops, customers walked to a window to order. No plates or silverware. Everything was disposable and designed for hand-holding. No extensive menu, just hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, and beverages. And no waiting. The assembly line system delivered food within seconds of ordering. The milkshakes were part of this system's genius. With 8 multi-mixers running, the McDonald brothers could maintain constant shake production throughout lunch and dinner rushes. Workers would prep batches of shakes during slower moments, storing them briefly in freezers, ensuring almost instant availability when customers ordered. The shakes were standardized, exactly the same every time. But they were good, and critically, they were fast. Kroc recognized immediately that this system could be replicated. The McDonald brothers had already licensed a few other operators, but they seemed content with their San Bernardino success and modest licensing fees. Kroc saw global potential. He negotiated a deal to become their franchise agent, giving him rights to open McDonald's restaurants across the country. His first franchise location opened in Des Plaines, Illinois, in April 1955. The MILKSHAKE, or rather the Triple Thick Shake as McDonald's branded it, was central to Kroc's expansion strategy. The drink had high profit margins, around 60 to 70%. A shake cost perhaps 8 cents to make. Milk powder, ice cream mix, flavoring, and the cup, but sold for 25 cents. More importantly, shakes encouraged repeat visits. A customer might eat hamburgers anywhere, but if they particularly enjoyed McDonald's shakes, they'd return specifically for that experience. Kroc insisted on absolute standardization. Every McDonald's franchise would use identical shake recipes, measured precisely. The vanilla shake recipe specified exact amounts of shake mix, a proprietary blend of milk solids, sugar, and stabilizers, combined with exact amounts of vanilla flavoring and ice cream mix. Chocolate and strawberry followed similar formulas, varied only by syrup additions. Franchise operators received detailed instruction manuals, and Kroc's inspectors would visit randomly to ensure compliance. This standardization sparked immediate controversy among traditional fountain operators and milkshake purists. The McDonald's shake wasn't made from scoops of ice cream and fresh milk. It was made from shake mix, a powder that included dried milk, sweeteners, and various stabilizers and emulsifiers. Ice cream mix, another industrial product, was added for thickness and richness, but the final product was engineered rather than traditional. Critics called them thick shakes rather than milkshakes, arguing that the term milkshake should be reserved for drinks made from actual ice cream and fresh milk. McDonald's and similar chains eventually adopted the term shake on their menus, sidestepping the debate while acknowledging the difference. But customers didn't seem to care about the distinction. The shakes were cold, sweet, thick, and consistent. For many Americans, especially in regions without strong fountain traditions, McDonald's shakes became the standard against which all others were judged. The three-flavor orthodoxy, vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, became industry standard during this period. Some regional chains offered additional flavors, and independent operators might experiment with butterscotch or pineapple. But the big chains recognized that limiting choices simplified operations dramatically. Fewer flavors meant less inventory, less training, less chance of error. And customer research showed that the vast majority of shake sales came from those three flavors anyway. Why stock 10 flavors when 3 captured 90% of demand? Equipment innovation accelerated as the fast food industry boomed. Hamilton Beach, the original mixer manufacturer, developed new models designed specifically for high-volume chain operations. These machines were more powerful, more durable, and more foolproof than earlier models. Indicator lights showed when blending was complete. Automatic shutoffs prevented overblending. Everything was designed to allow minimally trained workers to produce consistent results. Some chains experimented with continuous flow frozen dessert machines, similar to soft-serve ice cream dispensers. These machines held shake mix at optimal temperature and consistency, allowing workers to simply fill a cup from a dispenser rather than blending individual servings. The technology worked, but never fully replaced traditional shake mixing at most chains. Customers could tell the difference, and the perception of a made-to-order shake had marketing value, even if the reality was largely industrialized. Dairy Queen, founded in 1940 but expanding rapidly during the 1950s, took a different approach. Their signature product was soft-serve ice cream, and they developed blizzards and thick shakes that used their soft serve as a base. The texture was different from McDonald's shakes, lighter, airier, but equally popular with customers. By the early 1960s, Dairy Queen had more than 2,000 locations, many in small towns that McDonald's hadn't yet reached. Tasty Freeze, another soft-serve chain, competed directly with Dairy Queen throughout the 1950s and into the 1960s. Their shake was marketed as creamier and richer, made with higher butterfat content. Burger King, founded in Miami in 1953 and expanding nationally by the late 1950s, positioned their shakes as premium products, slightly more expensive than McDonald's, but supposedly higher quality. The shake wars had begun, with each chain claiming superiority. The economics of the chain milkshake were fascinating. On one level, shakes were profit centers, high margins, high volume, significant revenue contribution. A busy McDonald's might sell 500 shakes per day, generating $125 in revenue against perhaps $40 in costs, contributing $85 daily to profit and overhead. Multiply that across hundreds of locations, and shake revenue became substantial. But shakes also functioned as loss leaders in a subtler way. They brought customers into stores who would then purchase hamburgers and fries. They encouraged larger orders. A customer buying a hamburger might add a shake on impulse, increasing the total ticket. They created return visits. A family might choose McDonald's over a competitor because the kids loved the shakes. Marketing research from the era showed that locations with strong shake sales generally had stronger overall sales, even controlling for traffic and demographics. Franchise owners quickly learned to push shake sales. Menu boards displayed shakes prominently. Counter workers were trained to suggest shakes with every order. "Would you like a shake with that?" became one of the first standardized upsell prompts in American retail. Some franchises offered promotional pricing, shake and fries combinations, or discounted shakes during slower afternoon hours to drive traffic and establish habits. The training systems developed for chain shake production influenced fast food operations broadly. McDonald's Hamburger University, opened in 1961, taught franchise operators and managers not just how to make products, but how to systematize their production. The shake curriculum covered equipment maintenance, inventory management, quality control, and speed optimization. Graduates could break down every element of shake production into teachable, repeatable steps. By the early 1960s, the industrialized chain shake had conquered American food service. Independent drive-ins and fountain shops still existed, many still making traditional shakes from scoops of ice cream and fresh milk, but they were increasingly rare. increasingly regional, increasingly nostalgic rather than contemporary. The McDonald's model, standardized, fast, cheap, consistent, had won. The victory came with costs, though these weren't yet obvious. In 1965, the industrialized shake contained more sugar than traditional versions, as food scientists had learned that higher sweetness drove consumption and repeat purchases. It contained various stabilizers and emulsifiers that traditional shakes lacked. Not dangerous, but not exactly food in the way previous generations understood the term. And the portions were growing. What started as a 10-ounce serving was creeping toward 12, then 16 ounces, as chains competed on perceived value. Teenagers still gathered at McDonald's and other chains, still ordered shakes, still shared them across tables. But something had changed. The local drive-in, with its car hops and its personality and its slight variations in recipes, was being replaced by corporate standardization. You could get a McDonald's shake in California or Maine, Florida or Washington, and it would taste identical. That consistency was the point. It was what customers said they wanted. But it also meant that shakes were losing their regional character, their connection to local culture and preference. As the golden arches multiplied, the milkshake was becoming more than a drink. It was becoming nostalgia in a cup. The classic American diner reached its aesthetic peak in the years between 1950 and 1970, and the milkshake was integral to its visual identity. Walk into any proper diner during these decades, and you'd see them, tall glasses sweating with condensation, positioned on the counter in front of customers, often accompanied by the metal mixing cup containing the overflow. The image was so iconic that it appeared in countless photographs, paintings, and films. Edward Hopper could have painted diners without milkshakes, but the result would have felt incomplete. The diner itself was a specific architectural form, usually built from stainless steel and glass, with a long counter, a row of stools bolted to the floor, and a kitchen visible behind the counter. Many were prefabricated units manufactured by companies like the Worcester Lunch Car Company or the Coleman Dining Car Company, delivered complete to their locations. The design emphasized cleanliness, efficiency, and a kind of streamlined modernity. Chrome surfaces reflected light, neon signs glowed in windows, and behind the counter, the milkshake mixer, often a Hamilton Beach multi-mixer with multiple spindles, occupied pride of place. Regional variations in milkshake culture persisted despite the homogenizing influence of national chains. In Boston and throughout much of New England, the term frappe remained standard for what others called a milkshake. A Boston frappe was serious business, thick enough that the spoon would stand upright, made with premium ice cream from local dairies, mixed just long enough to incorporate ingredients, but not so long that it became soupy. Order a milkshake in Boston, and you'd get milk and syrup without ice cream, a completely different drink that would disappoint tourists unfamiliar with local terminology. Rhode Island maintained its cabinet tradition, the term supposedly originating from the wooden cabinet that held the blender in early soda fountains. A Rhode Island cabinet was similar to a Boston frappe, but often slightly lighter in texture, with a particular emphasis on coffee-flavored versions that New Englanders consumed year-round, even in winter. The coffee, cabinet, coffee syrup, ice cream, and milk became so culturally important that the local brand of coffee syrup, Autocrat, achieved near-religious status among Rhode Islanders living elsewhere, who would have it shipped to them. Wisconsin developed its own distinctive shake culture, partly because the state's powerful dairy industry ensured access to exceptional ice cream. Milwaukee diners became famous for their concrete mixers, shakes so thick they were served with a spoon rather than a straw, made with frozen custard instead of regular ice cream. The butter burger tradition, hamburgers finished with a pat of butter, was often accompanied by these ultra-thick shakes, creating a meal of almost aggressive richness that Midwestern customers embraced enthusiastically. The black and white shake represented another kind of regional variation, though it appeared in different forms across the country. In New York and New Jersey, a black and white combined chocolate syrup with vanilla ice cream, creating a marbled effect when not fully mixed. Some fountain workers would leave it deliberately undermixed, so customers experienced alternating flavors. In other regions, the term meant half chocolate shake and half vanilla shake poured into the same cup. In Philadelphia, some fountains made black and whites with chocolate ice cream and vanilla syrup, the inverse of the New York version. These regional variations weren't just menu curiosities. They represented local pride and identity. A New Englander living in California would miss frappes. A Wisconsinite stationed in the military overseas would reminisce about concrete mixers. These specific, localized food traditions created powerful emotional connections and drove customer loyalty in ways that standardized chain products couldn't replicate. The premium ingredients movement gained momentum in diners during the 1960s as a direct response to fast food standardization. While McDonald's used shake mix and industrial ice cream products, traditional diners emphasized their use of real ice cream from local dairies. Menu boards would specify brands: made with Hood's ice cream in New England, made with Stroh's ice cream in Detroit, made with Oberweis dairy products in Chicago's suburbs. This wasn't just marketing. Customers could taste the difference between a shake made from premium ice cream and fresh milk versus one made from reconstituted powders and mixes. Some diners went further, making their own ice cream on-site or sourcing from small local producers who still made ice cream in small batches using traditional methods. These shakes cost more, often 40 or 50 cents compared to 25 cents at McDonald's. But customers willing to pay the premium kept these operations viable. The shake became a statement about values: local versus national, traditional versus modern, quality versus convenience. The presentation mattered enormously. The tall, fluted glass, often the same soda glass design that had been standard since the 1920s, held most of the shake. But crucially, the metal mixing cup, still cold from the blender and sweating with condensation, would be placed next to the glass. This cup held the overflow, usually another 4 to 8 ounces, and its presence communicated abundance and value. The message was clear: we made more than would fit in the glass, and we're giving you all of it. That metal cup, typically made from aluminum or stainless steel, became almost as iconic as the shake itself. It would accumulate condensation quickly, the cold metal pulling moisture from the air. Within minutes, the outside would be covered in water droplets that would eventually run down to pool on the counter. A competent diner worker would place a napkin under the cup to catch the condensation. But the visual effect, the cold, sweating metal, signaled freshness and temperature. A warm metal cup meant something had gone wrong. The expertise of diner workers represented a form of skilled labor that fast food chains deliberately eliminated. A good diner shake maker knew dozens of regular customers by name and preference. Mrs. Johnson wanted her vanilla shake made with 2 scoops instead of 1, and just a splash of milk, extra thick. Mr. Torres always ordered a chocolate malted, but liked it less sweet, requiring half the usual chocolate syrup. The teenager who came in after school wanted a strawberry shake, made with frozen strawberries blended in rather than just syrup. This knowledge wasn't written down. It existed in the worker's memory, accumulated over months and years of daily interaction. New workers learned by shadowing experienced ones, absorbing not just techniques, but also the social knowledge of who ordered what. This system created efficiency. Regulars didn't need to specify their preferences each visit, but it also created community. Being known, having your preferences remembered, meant something. It meant you belonged. The physical skill of shake making in a traditional diner shouldn't be underestimated. The worker needed to judge ice cream temperature. Too hard, and it wouldn't blend smoothly. Too soft, and the shake would be too thin. They needed to calibrate mixing time by sound and feel. The pitch of the motor changed as ingredients combined, and experienced workers could tell when the texture was right without looking. They needed to pour smoothly, getting the shake into the glass without incorporating air bubbles or creating foam. The best workers made it look effortless, but it wasn't. Highway culture gave diners and their milkshakes particular importance during this era. Route 66, the iconic highway connecting Chicago to Los Angeles, was lined with diners serving travelers crossing the country. Each became a landmark. Ted Drew's frozen custard in St. Louis, the Route 66 diner in Albuquerque, countless smaller operations in Oklahoma, Texas, and Arizona. A milkshake at one of these locations wasn't just refreshment. It was a memory marker, a specific point in a journey. Truck drivers developed encyclopedic knowledge of which diners along their routes made the best shakes. A driver hauling freight from Detroit to Denver might plan his stops partly around shake quality. This diner in Iowa City, that one in Kearney, Nebraska. Citizens band radio chatter among truckers often included restaurant recommendations, with shakes frequently mentioned. The truck stop culture that developed during the 1950s and 1960s often featured elaborate shake menus, recognizing that drivers wanted something substantial and satisfying during their long hauls. But even as diner culture reached its peak in the early 1960s, decline was beginning. The economics were becoming difficult. Diners required skilled workers who commanded higher wages than fast food employees. Premium ingredients cost more than industrial mixes. The made-to-order model couldn't achieve the volume necessary to compete on price with chains. And perhaps most critically, the interstate highway system, expanding rapidly through the 1960s, was routing traffic away from the old highways where diners had thrived. The new interstates had limited access, no roadside businesses, just periodic exits where gas stations and restaurants clustered. The economics of these locations favored chains with national marketing, standardized operations, and economies of scale. An independent diner couldn't compete with a McDonald's that could spend millions on television advertising and maintain consistent pricing through bulk purchasing power. Customer expectations were changing too. The generation coming of age in the 1960s had grown up with fast food and found its convenience appealing. The speed and predictability that chain restaurants offered matched emerging lifestyles: more cars per household, more families with working mothers, more meals eaten outside the home. The 15-minute wait for a made-to-order diner shake, once acceptable, now seems slow compared to the near-instant availability at chains. Some diners tried to adapt, installing faster equipment, simplifying menus, even adopting some chain practices while maintaining their independent identity. Others doubled down on tradition, marketing themselves explicitly as alternatives to corporate chains, places where things were done the old way. A few succeeded with this approach, becoming beloved local institutions. But many more closed, unable to make the economics work. By 1970, the diner was becoming nostalgic rather than contemporary. Films and television shows set in the 1950s featured diners prominently, often showing teenagers sharing milkshakes. But these were period pieces, looking backward. The living, thriving diner culture of the 1950s was giving way to something else. The milkshake remained, but increasingly it was the standardized chain version, rather than the local diner's handcrafted specialty. The irony was that as diners declined, they became more culturally precious. Food writers began documenting classic diners, photographing their chrome and neon, interviewing their longtime workers. Historic preservation movements identified significant diner buildings worth protecting. And always, the milkshake featured prominently in these nostalgic accounts. The sweating metal cup, the thick, frothy texture, the particular pleasure of a perfectly made shake that couldn't be replicated in a chain restaurant. But as diners fought to maintain tradition, science was beginning to question what we were actually drinking. The food scientists arrived in force after World War II, bringing with them knowledge developed for military rations and applying it to civilian food production. These chemists and engineers had spent the war years figuring out how to make food portable, shelf-stable and consistent under extreme conditions. Powdered eggs, dehydrated potatoes, shelf-stable meat products, all had been developed to feed soldiers in combat zones. When the war ended, this expertise turned toward commercial food production, and the milkshake became one of its testing grounds. Emulsifiers were among the first innovations to enter widespread use in shake production during the 1950s and 1960s. These molecules, typically derived from soy or egg lecithin, or synthesized from vegetable oils, had a unique chemical property. One end bonded with water, the other with fat. This allowed them to hold together substances that would normally separate. In a milkshake, emulsifiers kept milk fats evenly distributed, prevented ice crystals from forming too large, and created a smoother, more uniform texture than traditional methods could achieve. Mono and diglycerides became standard ingredients in commercial shake mixes by the early 1960s. These emulsifiers allowed manufacturers to reduce the butterfat content, expensive, while maintaining a creamy perception in the final product. A shake made with 3% butterfat and emulsifiers could feel as rich in the mouth as one made with 8% butterfat and no additives. The cost savings were substantial, and most consumers couldn't detect the difference. Stabilizers followed a similar trajectory. Carrageenan, extracted from red seaweed, had been used in food production for centuries in Ireland, but it became industrially important in American food manufacturing during the 1960s. Added to shake mixes, carrageenan prevented ice crystals from growing during storage, maintained texture during temperature fluctuations, and gave shakes a thick, viscous quality that consumers associated with high quality. Guar gum and locust bean gum served similar functions, each with slightly different properties that food scientists could manipulate to achieve specific textures. The result was that by the mid-1960s, a commercial shake bore only passing resemblance to the traditional fountain version. The traditional shake had been ice cream, milk, and sill flavoring, 3 ingredients, plus ice if needed for thinning. A commercial shake mix might contain milk solids, sugar, corn syrup, emulsifiers, stabilizers, artificial flavors, artificial colors, preservatives, and various buffering agents to control pH. The ingredient list could run to 15 or 20 items. The Food and Drug Administration began wrestling with terminology in the 1960s, recognizing that consumers couldn't meaningfully distinguish between products that looked similar but had vastly different compositions. The FDA established standards of identity for frozen desserts, creating legal definitions for ice cream, ice milk, sherbet, and related products. Ice cream, legally, had to contain at least 10% milk fat. Anything less wasn't ice cream, regardless of what manufacturers called it. This created complications for shake producers. Many commercial shake mixes didn't meet the legal definition of ice cream. They were closer to ice milk, lower in fat, higher in sugar. Some barely qualified as dairy products at all, using minimal milk solids and relying on vegetable fats and proteins instead. Manufacturers began using careful terminology. Thick shake rather than milkshake, or dairy dessert rather than ice cream shake. The distinctions were technical and confusing to consumers, but they mattered legally. McDonald's, along with other chains, gradually shifted their terminology. By the early 1970s, McDonald's menu board said shake rather than milkshake, and the fine print specified dairy dessert rather than ice cream. Customers rarely noticed or cared, but the change reflected the reality that the product had moved far from its origins. The shake was now an engineered food product, formulated to specific standards of cost, taste, texture, and stability. Cost-cutting drove many of these changes. Real dairy products were expensive and getting more so as dairy farming consolidated and labor costs rose. Food scientists discovered they could replace some milk solids with whey protein, a byproduct of cheese manufacturing that was cheap and abundant. They could replace butterfat with partially hydrogenated vegetable oils, also cheap, and with the bonus of longer shelf life. Each substitution reduced cost by fractions of a cent per serving, but across millions of servings, the savings became millions of dollars. Soft-serve technology presented a different approach to the shake business. Dairy Queen had pioneered soft-serve ice cream, a product served directly from a freezing machine at a temperature several degrees warmer than hard ice cream, giving it a smooth, creamy texture. By the 1960s, similar technology was being applied to shake production. Some chains installed machines that held shake mix at optimal temperature and consistency, allowing workers to dispense shakes directly into cups rather than blending individual servings. These continuous flow machines offered significant advantages. They were faster, no waiting for individual blending. They were more consistent. The machine maintained exact temperature and texture. They required less skill. Workers needed only to hold a cup under a dispenser and pull a handle. And they had higher throughput during rush periods, when traditional blending created bottlenecks. But they also produced a different product. Soft-serve shakes were lighter, airier, with more overrun, the term for air incorporated into frozen desserts. They melted faster and had less richness than traditionally blended shakes. Some customers preferred them, others didn't. The technology found its niche, mostly in ice cream specialty chains like Dairy Queen and Carvel, but never fully displaced traditional shake blending in hamburger chains. The Shamrock Shake, introduced by McDonald's in 1970, represented a new approach to shake marketing, the limited-time seasonal offering. The drink was simply a vanilla shake with mint flavoring and green coloring, timed to St. Patrick's Day. But the seasonal restriction created urgency. Customers knew they could only get Shamrock Shakes for a few weeks each year, driving traffic specifically during that period. The success of the Shamrock Shake, which became an annual tradition that continues today, demonstrated that shakes could be marketing tools beyond their direct profitability. They could create events, generate buzz, and bring customers into stores during typically slow periods. Other chains quickly copied the seasonal approach. Pumpkin shakes in autumn, peppermint shakes at Christmas, strawberry shakes in summer. Each one promoted a special, limited, and worth making a special trip to purchase. Flavor proliferation accelerated during the 1970s as chains competed for customer attention. The traditional trinity of vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry expanded dramatically. McDonald's alone tested dozens of flavors in various markets: banana, pineapple, butterscotch, cherry, root beer, even savory flavors like peanut butter. Most chains settled on 5 to 8 permanent flavors, with rotating specials to maintain novelty. The flavor explosion was made possible by advances in artificial flavoring technology. Natural vanilla extract was expensive, and its flavor varied with harvest conditions. Artificial vanillin, synthesized from wood pulp byproducts or petroleum derivatives, cost a fraction as much and provided absolutely consistent flavor. The same applied to strawberry, banana, and other fruit flavors. Natural flavors were complex mixtures of hundreds of compounds. Artificial versions could isolate and replicate the key flavor notes, creating something recognizable and pleasant, even if chemically distinct from the natural source. Color additives followed similar patterns. Natural strawberry shakes were pale pink at best, which didn't photograph well or look appealing under fluorescent lights. Red dye, 40, a synthetic petroleum-derived colorant, could make strawberry shakes bright, attractive pink. Green dye made shamrock shakes vivid. Yellow made banana shakes look banana-like. The artificial colors bore no relationship to the actual color of the flavoring ingredients, but they communicated flavor identity effectively to customers. Preservatives entered shake mixes primarily to enable distribution logistics. A traditional shake made from fresh ice cream and milk had to be consumed immediately, but chains needed to distribute shake mix to thousands of locations, some in remote areas with infrequent deliveries. Shelf-stable mixes that could sit in storage for weeks or months without refrigeration solved enormous logistical challenges. Sodium benzoate, potassium sorbate, and other antimicrobial preservatives prevented bacterial growth in shake mixes. Antioxidants like BHT and BHA prevented fat rancidity. These additives allowed shake mix to be manufactured in large central facilities, shipped in bulk, and stored at restaurant locations until needed. The system was efficient and economical, even if the ingredient list grew increasingly chemical-sounding. Nutritional concerns began surfacing quietly in the 1970s, though they wouldn't become prominent for another decade. Some researchers noted that shake consumption had increased dramatically, while the nutritional content per serving had decreased. A traditional fountain shake from 1940 might have contained substantial protein from milk and eggs, calcium from dairy, and vitamins from real fruit. A 1970s chain shake was primarily sugar, fat, and artificial additives. Lots of calories, but limited nutritional value. A few voices in public health circles began questioning whether these drinks should be consumed regularly, especially by children. But these concerns remained largely academic during the 1970s. The cultural momentum behind shakes was too strong, the industry too profitable, and the concerns too preliminary to gain traction with either policymakers or the public. The medical research that did exist focused mostly on dental health. The sugar content in shakes was clearly contributing to tooth decay, particularly in children who consumed them frequently. Some dentists began recommending that shakes be consumed through straws positioned toward the back of the mouth, minimizing contact with teeth. But this advice had limited reach and even more limited compliance. By 1980, the industrial milkshake had reached its mature form. It was a highly engineered product, optimized for cost, shelf life, consistency, and flavor intensity. It bore little chemical resemblance to the ice cream and milk drinks of earlier generations, though it fulfilled the same cultural function. It was profitable for producers, enjoyed by consumers, and seemingly permanent in the American food landscape. The ingredients list told the story: milk solids, sugar, corn syrup, partially hydrogenated vegetable oil, emulsifiers, mono and diglycerides, lecithin, stabilizers, carrageenan, guar, gum, cellulose gum, artificial flavors, artificial colors, preservatives, sodium benzoate, potassium sorbate, buffering agents, and various mineral and vitamin fortifications added partly for nutrition but mostly to allow certain marketing claims. Was it still a milkshake? Legally and technically, often not. Culturally and functionally, absolutely. Customers ordered shakes, enjoyed shakes, and returned for more shakes. The fact that the product had been transformed by food science into something that would have been unrecognizable to a 1920s fountain worker mattered less than the fact that it delivered the experience customers wanted: cold, sweet, thick, satisfying. The milkshake was now a marvel of engineering, but its very success was about to create problems. The first serious warnings about American obesity patterns appeared in medical journals in the early 1970s, though they initially attracted little public attention. Epidemiologists comparing data across decades noticed something troubling. Americans were getting heavier. The trend had been building since the 1950s, but by 1970, it was becoming statistically undeniable. Adults weighed more on average than they had 20 years earlier, and more significantly, the percentage of the population classified as obese was climbing steadily. The causes were complex and multifactorial: more sedentary lifestyles, larger portion sizes, more processed foods, changes in agricultural policy that made certain foods cheaper. But researchers kept returning to one factor: Americans were consuming significantly more sugar than previous generations, and much of it came in liquid form. Soft drinks were the obvious culprit, but milkshakes, malts, and similar beverages deserved scrutiny as well. A nutritionist named Dr. Jean Mayer, who would later become president of Tufts University, published research in 1973 examining the caloric content of popular American foods. His team purchased menu items from major chains and analyzed them in laboratory settings. The results were startling, even to researchers who expected high numbers. A large McDonald's shake contained approximately 1,100 calories, more than half the recommended daily intake for an average adult. The sugar content was equally shocking: between 80 and 120 grams depending on size and flavor, equivalent to about 20 teaspoons of table sugar. These numbers meant little to most Americans in isolation. Few people thought in terms of grams of sugar or daily caloric recommendations. But when researchers began publishing comparisons, the implications became clearer. A large milkshake contained roughly the same calories as a full meal, a hamburger, fries, and a beverage. Someone who ate a meal and added a large shake had essentially consumed 2 meals' worth of calories in one sitting. The fat content raised additional concerns. A typical large shake contained 30 to 40 grams of fat, including significant amounts of saturated fat and, in shakes made with partially hydrogenated oils, trans fats. By the mid-1970s, research linking saturated fat intake to heart disease was becoming well established, and trans fats were beginning to be identified as particularly problematic. Cardiologists started questioning whether foods with such high fat content should be consumed regularly, especially by children whose dietary habits were forming. The earliest metabolic research appeared in obscure medical journals and initially drew limited attention. A 1976 study from the Harvard School of Public Health followed several hundred subjects over 5 years, tracking their beverage consumption and various health markers. The findings suggested that regular consumption of high-sugar beverages, defined as more than 3 servings per week, correlated with elevated triglycerides, increased body mass, and early markers of insulin resistance. The study had limitations. It was observational rather than experimental, making causation difficult to prove. People who drank lots of sugary beverages might have other unhealthy habits, confounding the results. The sample size was modest, but it was one of the first studies to suggest that the problem wasn't just calories. There was something specifically concerning about consuming large amounts of sugar in liquid form. The body seemed to process liquid sugar differently than solid food, with less satiety signaling and more direct metabolic impact. The fast food industry's initial response to emerging health concerns was dismissive. Trade groups issued statements emphasizing that their products could be part of a balanced diet when consumed in moderation. McDonald's public relations materials from the mid-1970s described their shakes as a nutritious treat and highlighted the calcium and protein content from dairy ingredients. The messaging carefully avoided mentioning sugar or calorie content, focusing instead on the positive nutritional elements. Industry spokespeople frequently invoked the concept of personal responsibility. If people chose to consume too many shakes or ate them too frequently, that was a personal decision, not a corporate responsibility. This argument had some cultural resonance in 1970s America, where individualism ran strong and people generally resisted the idea of government or experts telling them what to eat. Behind the scenes, however, the industry was paying close attention. Internal memos from major chains, some of which would surface decades later in litigation, showed that executives were aware of the health concerns and worried about potential regulatory responses. Some companies commissioned their own nutritional research, though the results were often kept confidential. Marketing departments began testing messaging around moderation and balance, preparing for a possible shift in public perception. The rise of diet culture in the 1970s created both challenges and opportunities for the shake business. Weight Watchers, founded in 1963, had grown into a major cultural force by the mid-1970s. Its point system made the caloric density of milkshakes painfully obvious. A large shake might consume an entire day's worth of points. Other diet programs similarly identified shakes as problematic. Women's magazines, which had long featured diet advice, began explicitly listing milkshakes among foods to avoid or severely limit. Some chains attempted to develop diet or light shake options. These efforts generally failed, at least in the 1970s. The challenge was fundamental. A milkshake's appeal came from its richness, sweetness, and thick texture. Remove the fat and the texture suffered. Replace sugar with artificial sweeteners and the taste changed unpleasantly. The artificial sweeteners available in the 1970s, primarily saccharin and cyclamate, had noticeable aftertastes that clashed with dairy flavors. Early diet shakes tasted bad enough that most customers tried them once and never returned. Dairy Queen experimented with a low-fat shake in 1978, reducing the butterfat content and cutting some sugar. The product failed within months. Customers complained it tasted watery and artificial. The company quietly returned to its standard formula. Other chains learned from Dairy Queen's experience and mostly avoided the diet shake category through the late 1970s and early 1980s. School lunch programs became early battlegrounds for shake policy. Through the 1960s and early 1970s, many school cafeterias featured milkshake machines, offering shakes as beverage options alongside regular milk. These were seen as ways to encourage milk consumption among children who might otherwise drink nothing with lunch. But by the mid-1970s, nutritionists working with school districts began questioning this logic. A typical school shake, smaller than restaurant servings but still substantial, contained 400 to 600 calories and 50 to 70 grams of sugar. Children drinking a shake with lunch were consuming most of their daily sugar recommendation in that single beverage. Studies of school lunch consumption showed that children who regularly chose shakes tended to have higher overall calorie intake and were more likely to be overweight than peers who drank plain milk. School districts began removing shake machines in the late 1970s, starting in progressive districts in California and Massachusetts, then spreading gradually to other regions. The changes often provoked resistance from students, parents, and sometimes food service workers who appreciated the revenue that shake sales generated. But the nutritional logic was becoming hard to dispute. By 1985, most large urban school districts had eliminated shake machines entirely, offering only plain milk, chocolate milk, and sometimes juice. The tension between tradition and health evidence created genuine cultural conflict. For many Americans, especially those who'd grown up in the 1950s and 1960s, milkshakes were innocent pleasures associated with happy memories of childhood, dates, and family outings. The suggestion that they were unhealthy felt like an attack on those memories. "It's just a treat" became a common refrain. The idea that occasional indulgences were harmless and that worrying about them represented joyless health obsession. This perspective had some validity. A person who consumed a milkshake once a month probably faced no significant health consequences. The problem was frequency. Research into actual consumption patterns showed that occasional treat didn't describe reality for many Americans, particularly younger ones. Consider a typical teenager in suburban America in 1978. Let's call him Michael, a composite based on dietary surveys from the period. Michael was 15, attended a suburban high school, and had a part-time job at a grocery store earning minimum wage, $2.65 per hour, which gave him spending money. After school, Michael and his friends would often go to McDonald's or a local drive-in. He'd order a large shake 2 or 3 times per week, sometimes more during summer when school was out and he was working more hours. On weekends, Michael might go to the movies with his girlfriend, stopping at Dairy Queen before or after. That was another shake. Sunday afternoons, his family would sometimes drive to visit relatives an hour away, stopping at a highway rest area with fast food. Another potential shake. Summer weekends meant trips to the lake or amusement parks, almost always involving shake consumption. Tallying it up, Michael was consuming 6 to 8 large milkshakes per week during the school year, possibly 10 or 12 during summer. At 1,000 plus calories each, that was 6,000 to 12,000 calories per week just from shakes, equivalent to 3 to 6 full days of recommended caloric intake. The sugar totaled 500 to 1,000 grams per week, or 100 to 200 teaspoons. This wasn't occasional treat consumption. This was regular dietary habit. Michael wasn't unusual. Surveys of teenage food consumption in the late 1970s showed similar patterns among middle-class suburban youth with access to cars and spending money. The milkshake had become so normalized, so embedded in social routines, that many teenagers didn't think of it as anything special. It was just what you ordered at fast food restaurants. The health implications were beginning to show up in population data. Childhood obesity rates, which had been relatively stable through the 1960s, started climbing in the 1970s. Type 2 diabetes, previously rare in people under 40, began appearing in younger adults. Dentists reported epidemic levels of tooth decay in teenagers. None of these trends could be attributed solely to milkshakes, but beverages high in sugar and fat were clearly contributing factors. A few voices called for more aggressive action. In 1977, the Senate Select Committee on Nutrition and Human Needs, chaired by Senator George McGovern, issued dietary goals for the United States, recommending that Americans dramatically reduce their consumption of sugar, fat, and salt. The report specifically mentioned milkshakes and similar dessert beverages as examples of foods that should be consumed only rarely. The food industry response was swift and hostile. Trade groups attacked the report's methodology, questioned the credentials of its authors, and lobbied successfully to soften its recommendations in subsequent editions. The McGovern report's influence was ultimately limited, but it represented the first major governmental acknowledgement that American dietary patterns were problematic and that specific foods, including milkshakes, were part of the problem. By 1985, the scientific evidence was accumulating, but cultural change lagged far behind. Milkshakes remained hugely popular. Chains continued expanding shake offerings. Marketing emphasized indulgence and pleasure, rarely mentioning nutrition. The occasional magazine article or news segment might warn about shake consumption, but these made little impact on behavior. The warnings were there, but American culture wasn't ready to hear them. The milkshake rolled on. The blizzard arrived in 1985, and it changed the rules. Dairy Queen had been selling soft-serve ice cream and traditional shakes for decades, but the blizzard was something new, thick enough to be served upside down without spilling, packed with chunks of candy, cookies, or fruit, and marketed as aggressively as any product launch of the decade. The first Blizzard flavors included Heath Bar, Snickers, M&M's, and Oreo. Within the first year, Dairy Queen sold more than 175 million Blizzards. The blizzard blurred the line between milkshake and ice cream sundae. It was too thick to drink through a straw. It came with a spoon. But it wasn't quite a sundae either, lacking toppings or sauces arranged on top. It occupied some middle category, and customers loved it. The success pushed other chains to develop similar products. McDonald's introduced the McFlurry in 1997, using the same basic concept: soft-serve ice cream blended with candy or cookie pieces. Wendy's Frosty, which had existed since 1969, suddenly seemed quaint by comparison, and was reformulated to compete. These products represented something beyond traditional shakes. They were more extreme, more indulgent, more engineered to deliver intense sweetness and novelty. A traditional shake was smooth and uniform. A blizzard was textured and varied. Each spoonful might contain different combinations of ice cream and mix-ins. The experience was more complex, more stimulating, and ultimately more memorable than a standard shake. The premium ice cream revolution influenced shake culture profoundly. Häagen-Dazs, founded in 1961 but achieving national prominence in the 1980s, opened scoop shops that served shakes made from their dense, high butterfat ice cream. These shakes were expensive, often $4 or $5 when McDonald's charged $1.50, but they delivered richness that fast food shakes couldn't match. Ben & Jerry's followed a similar model, opening franchise scoop shops that emphasized premium ingredients, creative flavors, and higher prices. The existence of premium shakes created a new market segmentation. Fast food shakes became the everyday option, convenient and affordable. Premium shakes became occasional indulgences, special treats worth paying extra for. This segmentation allowed both markets to thrive. Customers who wanted value went to McDonald's. Those seeking premium experience went to Ben & Jerry's. And many people visited both depending on circumstance and mood. But the most consequential change of the 1985-2000 period was portion size inflation. A standard milkshake in 1985 was 12 to 16 ounces. By 2000, 32-ounce shakes had become common, and some chains offered 44-ounce mega sizes. This transformation happened gradually, driven by competitive pressure and customer perception of value. Larger sizes didn't cost chains much more to produce. The cup was slightly more expensive, and the ingredients added perhaps 20 cents to the cost, but they could be sold for $1 or more additional revenue. McDonald's supersize option, introduced nationally in the early 1990s, epitomized this trend. Customers could upgrade from medium to supersize for a small additional charge, receiving dramatically more fries and soda. While the supersize campaign focused primarily on fries and drinks, the portion inflation affected shakes too. A large McDonald's shake in 1990 was 21 ounces. By 2000, it was 32 ounces, a 50% increase in just a decade. The caloric implications were staggering. A 32-ounce premium chocolate shake could contain around 400 to 1,100 calories, nearly an entire day's recommended intake for many adults. The sugar content reached 150 to 200 grams, equivalent to 50 teaspoons of table sugar. A single large shake contained more sugar than the American Heart Association's maximum recommended intake for an entire week. Yet chains provided no nutritional information on menu boards, and few customers had any idea what they were consuming. Flavor innovation accelerated during this period, driven by competition and the desire for novelty. The traditional vanilla chocolate strawberry trinity expanded dramatically. By the mid-1990s, major chains offered seasonal flavors that rotated monthly. Pumpkin spice in October, peppermint in December, eggnog during the holidays, cherry in February for Valentine's Day. Some regions got special limited time flavors. key lime in Florida, peach in Georgia, apple pie in the Northeast during fall. The most significant innovation was the incorporation of brand name candy and cookies directly into shakes. Reese's Peanut Butter Cup Shakes, Butterfinger Shakes, Oreo Shakes. These weren't just flavors approximating the candy. They were actual crushed candy pieces blended into the shake. The strategy was brilliant on multiple levels. It created instant flavor recognition and brand association. It allowed for co-marketing with candy manufacturers. And it delivered texture variation that kept consumers interested. Some flavors pushed into genuinely extreme territory. Birthday cake, shakes containing cake pieces and frosting. Brownie batter shakes designed to taste like raw cookie dough. S'mores, shakes with graham cracker, chocolate, and marshmallow components. These weren't attempts to create balanced or subtle flavors. They were designed to deliver maximum sweetness, maximum novelty, and maximum social media shareability, though social media was only beginning to emerge by the late 1990s. The competitive eating culture that emerged in the 1990s embraced milkshakes as challenge food. Nathan's famous hot dog eating contest, held annually at Coney Island, gained ESPN coverage and broader cultural attention. Other competitive eating events proliferated, and several featured milkshake challenges. The format was simple. Consume as many shakes as possible within a set time, or consume an absurdly large shake, sometimes a gallon or more, as quickly as possible. These competitions were spectacles rather than serious athletics, but they reflected and reinforced the cultural normalization of extreme consumption. If someone could drink a gallon of milkshake in 10 minutes for entertainment, then surely a 32-ounce shake with lunch wasn't excessive. The competitions made regular overconsumption seem modest by comparison. Hollywood embraced the milkshake as visual shorthand for American culture. Pulp Fiction, 1994, featured a memorable scene at a 1950s-themed diner with Uma Thurman's character ordering a 5 pounds milkshake, expensive by the standards of the time, marking it as something special. The scene lingered on the shake's presentation and her consumption of it, using the drink to establish character and atmosphere. Other films throughout the 1990s used milkshakes similarly, as markers of innocence, Americana, or nostalgic culture. Television advertising for shakes reached saturation levels during this period. McDonald's, Burger King, Dairy Queen, and regional chains all ran extensive shake campaigns, especially during summer months when cold desserts sold best. The ads emphasized indulgence, escape, and pleasure, rarely health, never moderation. Slow-motion footage of shakes being poured, close-ups of condensation on cups, attractive young people enjoying shakes in idealized settings. The message was consistent. Shakes were desirable, fun, and central to the good life. The cultural ubiquity masked growing health concerns. Childhood obesity rates had begun climbing in the 1970s, accelerated through the 1980s, and by the 1990s represented a full-scale crisis. In 1980, approximately 7% of American children aged 6 to 11 were obese. By 2000, that figure had reached 15%, more than doubling in 20 years. Adolescent obesity rates followed a similar trajectory. The causes were complex: less physical activity, more screen time, larger portion sizes across all food categories, changes in family meal patterns, increased marketing to children. But sweetened beverages, including milkshakes, played a significant role. Research published in the late 1990s began documenting the correlation between sweetened beverage consumption and childhood obesity with increasing precision. A landmark study published in The Lancet in 2001, drawing on data collected through the 1990s, showed that each additional serving of sugar-sweetened beverages consumed daily increased a child's odds of becoming obese by 60%. The effect remained statistically significant even after controlling for overall caloric intake, physical activity, television viewing, and other factors. Something about liquid sugar was particularly problematic, yet chains remained largely silent about nutritional content through this entire period. Menu boards showed prices and described flavors, but provided no calorie counts, no sugar content, no serving size information beyond ounces. Customers who wanted nutritional information could request printed materials at some locations, but these were rarely displayed and almost never requested. The industry had no legal obligation to provide this information and no incentive to volunteer it. Internal industry documents from the 1990s, some of which would surface years later in litigation and investigative journalism, show that major chains were tracking nutritional concerns carefully. They commissioned consumer research about health perceptions. They tested various menu modifications. They prepared responses to potential regulation or negative publicity. But publicly, they maintained that their products were fine in moderation and that consumers bore responsibility for their choices. Some smaller operators began offering healthier options during the late 1990s. Jamba Juice, founded in 1990, positioned its smoothies as nutritious alternatives to shakes, made with real fruit, fortified with vitamins, marketed to health-conscious consumers. The smoothie category grew rapidly, eventually becoming a billion-dollar industry. But nutritional analysis revealed that many smoothies contained as much sugar and nearly as many calories as traditional milkshakes. The fruit content provided some vitamins and fiber, but the overall nutritional profile wasn't dramatically better. The disconnect between marketing and reality became increasingly stark. An advertisement might show an athletic, attractive young person enjoying a shake after a bike ride or beach volleyball game, the implicit message being that active, healthy people consumed these products. The reality was that regular shake consumption correlated with obesity, diabetes risk, and cardiovascular concerns, particularly in sedentary populations. By 2000, the milkshake had reached peak cultural presence and peak problematic impact simultaneously. Chains sold billions of shakes annually. The products appeared constantly in media and advertising. They remained popular across all demographics, particularly with young people. Portion sizes had grown enormous. Calorie and sugar content had reached levels that would have shocked consumers of earlier generations. And the health consequences were becoming undeniable in population health data, even if individual consumers remained largely unaware. The economic model seemed unshakable. Shakes were highly profitable, driving traffic and generating revenue for chains with thousands of locations. The cultural associations remained positive for most consumers. Shakes represented treats, rewards, Americana, fun. The health concerns were mostly confined to academic journals and policy circles, generating little mainstream awareness or concern. But the system contained the seeds of its own crisis. The portion sizes couldn't grow indefinitely. The sugar content couldn't increase forever. And the health consequences were accumulating in ways that would eventually demand attention and response. The milkshake industry had pushed indulgence to its logical extreme, and extremes rarely sustain. The pendulum had swung as far as it could. Reality was about to intrude. The transparency began quietly, with a regulatory change that most Americans barely noticed. In 2000, the FDA began requiring packaged foods to display detailed nutrition facts panels, including serving sizes, calorie counts, and breakdowns of fat, sugar, and other nutrients. The rule didn't apply to restaurant food. Lawmakers assumed people understood that restaurant meals were occasional indulgences, but the requirement set a precedent and created an expectation. If a frozen dinner needed nutritional labeling, why didn't a fast food meal? Some chains began voluntarily providing nutritional information, though rarely prominently. McDonald's created nutritional brochures available upon request, tucked beside napkin dispensers or behind counters where few customers noticed them. The information was technically accessible, but functionally hidden. A customer would need to know to ask for it, wait while an employee located a copy, then read through pages of small print to find specific items. When consumers did discover the numbers, reactions ranged from surprise to shock. A large chocolate shake at McDonald's contained 1,160 calories, more than half the daily recommended intake for an average adult. It contained 27 grams of fat, including 17 grams of saturated fat, nearly a full day's recommended limit. And it contained 168 grams of sugar, equivalent to 42 teaspoons, or more than triple the American Heart Association's daily maximum recommendation. These weren't isolated examples. A Dairy Queen Large Blizzard could exceed 1,500 calories. A Baskin-Robbins Large Shake might reach 1,800 calories. Even smaller medium sizes frequently exceeded 800 calories and 100 grams of sugar. Many Americans consuming these drinks had no idea they were essentially drinking an entire meal's worth of calories, or that the sugar content was so extreme it would have been considered dangerous by medical standards. The Surgeon General's office issued a significant report in 2001, formally declaring childhood obesity a public health epidemic. Surgeon General David Satcher called the situation the fastest growing health threat in America, noting that obesity rates in children had tripled since 1980. The report identified multiple contributing factors, but emphasized sugar-sweetened beverages as particularly problematic. The report specifically mentioned milkshakes alongside sodas, noting that many consumers didn't realize these drinks could contain more calories and sugar than multiple cans of soda combined. The medical research became increasingly difficult to ignore. A 2002 study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association tracked more than 50,000 nurses over 8 years, documenting their beverage consumption and health outcomes. The findings were stark. Women who consumed one or more sugar-sweetened beverages daily, including milkshakes, were 80% more likely to develop type 2 diabetes than those who consumed less than one per month. The association remained strong even after controlling for overall calorie intake, body weight, and physical activity. Further research revealed why liquid sugar was particularly harmful. When people consumed solid food, their bodies triggered satiety signals, hormones that communicated fullness and reduced subsequent eating. But liquid calories bypassed many of these mechanisms. Someone could drink a 1,200-calorie shake and feel hungry an hour later, then eat a full meal on top of those shake calories. The calories were additive rather than substitutive, making weight gain almost inevitable with regular consumption. Morgan Spurlock's documentary, Super Size Me, premiered at the Sundance Film Festival in January 2004 and became a cultural phenomenon. Spurlock ate only McDonald's food for 30 days, documenting the physical and psychological effects. The film explicitly targeted McDonald's supersize option, showing the enormous portions and extreme calorie counts. While the documentary focused primarily on food, shakes featured prominently as examples of excess. Spurlock consumed several large shakes during his experiment, and the film showed their nutritional information in detail, often accompanied by gasps from audiences. The documentary grossed over $20 million and generated extensive media coverage. Spurlock appeared on news programs, talk shows, and in magazine profiles. The film's premise was simple enough that everyone understood it. Eating fast food constantly makes you sick. The specific nutritional revelations, particularly the calorie and sugar content of seemingly innocent items like milkshakes, shocked many viewers who considered themselves informed consumers. McDonald's discontinued the supersize option 6 months after the film's release, claiming the decision was unrelated to the documentary. The company called it a menu simplification that had been planned for months. Few believed the denial. The timing was too convenient, and internal documents later revealed that executives had been monitoring the film's impact closely and worrying about public perception. The first serious lawsuits against fast food chains for obesity-related damages emerged during this period. In 2002, a New York lawyer filed suit on behalf of obese children, arguing that McDonald's and other chains had knowingly created addictive, health-damaging products while marketing them aggressively to children. The case, dubbed McLawsuit by the media, was initially dismissed. The judge ruled that plaintiffs hadn't sufficiently shown that McDonald's products were the cause of their obesity or that the company had engaged in deceptive practices. But the lawsuit generated enormous publicity and sparked legal discussions about food industry liability. Could fast food companies be held accountable for health consequences of their products, similar to tobacco company liability? The industry responded aggressively, lobbying for state laws that would block obesity-related lawsuits. By 2005, more than 20 states had passed common-sense consumption laws, nicknamed cheeseburger bills by the media, that prevented individuals from suing food companies for obesity or related health conditions. The legal battles continued in different forms. In 2006, New York City proposed requiring chain restaurants to post calorie counts directly on menu boards, not just in brochures. The restaurant industry fought the proposal vigorously, arguing it was burdensome, impractical, and would confuse consumers. But the city prevailed, and the law took effect in 2008. The results were revealing. Menu board calorie labels reduced average calorie intake by about 6%, particularly for beverages where many consumers had dramatically underestimated caloric content. The industry's rhetorical response emphasized personal responsibility and choice. Trade association statements and executive interviews consistently argued that their products were safe when consumed in moderation, that Americans valued choice and freedom, and that government regulation was paternalistic overreach. A typical statement from the National Restaurant Association in 2006 read, "Obesity is a complex issue. Restaurant foods can be part of a healthy, balanced lifestyle when consumed in moderation as part of a sensible diet and exercise program." The moderation framing was technically correct, but practically misleading. Yes, an occasional milkshake wouldn't harm most people. But as research consistently showed, occasional consumption wasn't the norm. Americans who consumed shakes typically did so regularly, once or twice per week, sometimes more. At those frequencies, with the portion sizes and calorie counts involved, health consequences were predictable and documented. Behind the public rhetoric of personal responsibility, some chains began quietly reformulating products and adjusting marketing. McDonald's introduced apple slices as Happy Meal options and reduced marketing of shakes to children. Some regional chains experimented with smaller snack-size portions, though these were often positioned as additions to the menu rather than replacements for large sizes. The changes were incremental, carefully calibrated to avoid admitting previous products were problematic while responding to shifting public perception. Public health advocates pushed for more aggressive action. In 2008, New York Governor David Paterson proposed a state tax on sugar-sweetened beverages, including milkshakes. The proposal called for an 18% tax, with revenue dedicated to obesity prevention programs. The beverage industry mounted a fierce lobbying campaign against it, spending millions on advertising that portrayed the tax as government overreach that would hurt small businesses and working families. The proposal failed, but similar efforts emerged in other jurisdictions. The global context added another dimension. By the mid-2000s, American-style fast food had spread worldwide, and so had obesity and diabetes. International public health organizations increasingly described obesity as a global epidemic, and American fast food culture was often identified as a significant contributor. The milkshake became a symbol of American excess in these discussions, a drink containing a day's worth of calories and sugar, marketed as a casual beverage, consumed regularly by millions. International perspectives varied. In France, McDonald's shakes were smaller than American versions, and the French government had implemented various policies discouraging excessive sugar consumption. In Japan, portion sizes remained modest, and chains emphasized different products. But in many developing countries, American-style fast food represented modernity and prosperity. Middle-class families in India, China, or Brazil might visit McDonald's as a special treat, ordering the same oversized shakes available in America. The medical establishment reached a clear consensus during this period. In 2009, the American Heart Association issued guidelines recommending that children consume no more than 3 to 4 teaspoons of added sugar daily, about 12 to 16 grams. A medium milkshake contains 6 to 8 times that amount. The American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Diabetes Association, and numerous other medical organizations issued similar warnings. The scientific debate was over. Regular consumption of high-sugar beverages like milkshakes contributed to obesity, diabetes, heart disease, and related conditions. The evidence was overwhelming and consistent. Yet consumption patterns changed slowly. Americans purchased nearly 1 billion milkshakes annually from major chains in 2010. The cultural associations remained largely positive. Shakes represented treats, rewards, comfort. Parents still took children for shakes after good report cards or soccer games. Teenagers still gathered at shake shops. The drink was woven into the fabric of American social life in ways that medical warnings couldn't easily disrupt. The decade ended with the reckoning incomplete. Transparency had increased. Calorie counts were becoming more visible, and consumers had better access to nutritional information. Medical consensus had been established. Regular shake consumption was harmful, particularly for children. Legal and regulatory frameworks were emerging. Lawsuits had failed, but menu labeling laws and proposed taxes indicated government willingness to intervene. But the fundamental business model remained intact. Chains still sold enormous shakes with staggering calorie and sugar content. They still marketed these products to children and teenagers. They still earned substantial profits from beverages with 60 to 70% margins. The industry had been forced to acknowledge nutritional realities, but hadn't fundamentally changed its practices. Facing pressure from all sides, the industry began to adapt. Reluctantly, the mini shake appeared on McDonald's menu boards in 2010, marketed as a sensible option for customers seeking portion control. At 12 ounces, roughly the size of a standard shake from the 1960s, it contained about 420 calories and 63 grams of sugar. The company's messaging carefully positioned the mini as an addition to the menu rather than a replacement for larger sizes, which remained available. But the economics were revealing. The mini shake cost only 50 cents less than a small shake, despite containing 30% less product. The profit margin was actually higher on the smaller serving. Other chains quickly followed with similar strategies. Dairy Queen introduced mini blizzards. Burger King offered value-size shakes, and Wendy's promoted its smallest Frosty as a kid's option. The industry had discovered that smaller portions could be marketed as responsible choices while maintaining or even improving profitability. Customers felt virtuous ordering the mini size, and chains saved on ingredient costs while preserving revenue. It was elegant menu engineering, addressing health concerns without sacrificing profits. The smoothie represented a more ambitious pivot. Chains positioned these blended fruit drinks as healthier alternatives to traditional shakes, emphasizing real fruit, vitamins, and natural ingredients. McDonald's introduced smoothies in 2010 with marketing that highlighted mango, strawberry, and wild berry flavors, made with real fruit and containing 3 servings of fruit per cup. The messaging implied nutrition and wholesomeness. This wasn't a dessert, it was practically a health food. The nutritional reality was more complex. A medium McDonald's strawberry banana smoothie contained 260 calories and 44 grams of sugar, substantially less than a shake, but still more sugar than the American Heart Association's daily maximum recommendation. The sugar came partly from natural fruit sugars, but also from added sweeteners that made the smoothies palatable to customers accustomed to very sweet shakes. From a metabolic perspective, the body processed this sugar similarly regardless of source. Jamba Juice and other smoothie specialists faced similar nutritional questions. Their products contained real fruit and often added protein, fiber, or vitamin supplements. But a large Jamba Juice smoothie could contain 400 to 500 calories and 70 to 90 grams of sugar. Nutritionists pointed out that consuming multiple servings of fruit in liquid form without the fiber and bulk that would normally create satiety was metabolically different from eating whole fruit. But the marketing positioned smoothies as virtuous, and many consumers believed they were making healthy choices. The real ingredients messaging became a dominant industry strategy during this period. Chains began emphasizing that their shakes contained real ice cream, real milk, or natural flavors, contrasting themselves, usually implicitly, with competitors using artificial ingredients. The messaging responded to consumer concerns about processed foods and chemical additives without addressing the fundamental health issues of calories, sugar, and portion size. Wendy's rebranded its Frosty with messaging about quality ingredients and real cocoa. Shake Shack, expanding from its original Madison Square Park location to a national chain, emphasized premium ingredients and higher prices as markers of quality. The implication was that if you paid more and the ingredients were better, somehow the health concerns were mitigated. A 700-calorie shake made with premium ice cream and real vanilla was still 700 calories. But the marketing created a perception of virtue through quality. Digital menu boards, installed in most chain restaurants by 2012 to 2013, offered new flexibility in displaying nutritional information. These screens could be programmed differently by location, time of day, or customer demographics. Some jurisdictions required calorie display, others didn't. The same chain might show calorie counts prominently in New York City, where required by law, while displaying only product names and prices in locations without such requirements. The technology also enabled sophisticated menu engineering. Boards could highlight certain items while de-emphasizing others, display promotional messages, or adjust pricing dynamically. Shakes might be featured prominently during afternoon hours when they sold well, then minimized during breakfast periods. The flexibility allowed chains to respond to local preferences and regulatory environments while maintaining operational consistency. Some chains quietly reduced their shake programs during this period. Chipotle, which had offered shakes at some locations during earlier years, eliminated them entirely by 2012, focusing on a streamlined menu emphasizing burritos and bowls. Panera Bread, positioning itself as a healthier, fast casual option, never offered traditional shakes, instead focusing on soups, salads, and sandwiches. These chains were reading cultural shifts and betting that health-conscious consumers would drive future growth. Simultaneously, a counter-trend emerged: gourmet shake shops charging premium prices. Black Tap Craft Burgers, opening in New York City in 2015, became Instagram famous for crazy shakes, milkshakes topped with entire slices of cake, candy, cookies, and other desserts, selling for $15 or more. The drinks were absurdly oversized and over the top, containing 1,500 calories or more, clearly positioned as special occasion indulgences rather than everyday beverages. These premium shops represented a different market positioning. They embraced excess openly, marketing their shakes as experiences rather than mere drinks. Customers came specifically for the spectacle, photographing their elaborate shakes for social media before attempting to consume them. Many shakes were too large to finish, but that wasn't really the point. The purchase was about the experience, the photo, the story to tell, not about satisfying thirst or hunger. The customization trend, enabled by mobile apps and digital ordering, gave customers unprecedented control over their shakes. Steak 'n Shake's app allowed customers to mix multiple flavors, add extra ingredients, adjust sweetness levels, and modify portion sizes. The company marketed this as your shake, your way, appealing to millennial preferences for personalization. The strategy also provided valuable data about customer preferences that could inform menu development and marketing. But customization created challenges. More complex orders took longer to prepare, potentially slowing service. Customers might create combinations that tasted bad, then blame the restaurant. And unlimited customization made nutritional labeling more difficult. How do you display calories for a product that might be configured in thousands of different ways? International expansion revealed stark cultural differences in shake consumption. In Asian markets, shakes often failed to gain traction. In Japan, McDonald's offered smaller portions and flavors adapted to local preferences. Matcha, black sesame, and Azuki bean shakes that Americans would find unfamiliar. But even these adaptations had limited success. Japanese consumers generally preferred lighter, less sweet beverages, and the rich, heavy American milkshake didn't align with local tastes. China presented different challenges. The Chinese market was growing rapidly, but dairy consumption remained relatively low compared to Western countries. Many Chinese consumers were lactose intolerant, making traditional dairy shakes unappealing. Chains experimented with alternative formulations using soy milk or coconut milk, with mixed results. The few successful shake products in China tended to be fruit-based and lighter than American versions. The Middle Eastern markets showed more promise, particularly in wealthy Gulf states, where American fast food culture had been embraced enthusiastically. Dubai's Mall of the Emirates featured multiple American shake chains, and local operators developed their own variations incorporating regional flavors like dates, rosewater, and saffron. But even here, religious dietary restrictions required certification that ingredients were halal, adding complexity to supply chains and product development. European markets represented middle ground. McDonald's and other American chains operated successfully across Europe, but shakes remained less popular than in the United States. European portions were generally smaller. A large European shake was comparable to an American medium. Price points were higher relative to other menu items, positioning shakes more as occasional treats than everyday beverages. Countries like France and Denmark had implemented sugar taxes that made shakes more expensive, further reducing consumption. The United Kingdom represented the most successful European market for American-style shakes, perhaps due to linguistic and cultural connections. British chains offered shakes similar to American versions, and consumption patterns more closely resembled American habits. But even in the UK, public health campaigns against sugar consumption were gaining traction, and chains faced pressure to reduce portion sizes and sugar content. The adaptation strategies revealed an industry trying to thread an impossible needle, maintain profitability from high-margin beverages while responding to health concerns and changing consumer preferences. The result was a confusing marketplace where the same chain might offer a 300-calorie mini shake, a 1,000-calorie large shake, a smoothie marketed as healthy but containing nearly as much sugar as a shake, and seasonal specialty drinks that exceeded all reasonable nutritional bounds. Marketing messaging became increasingly sophisticated and segmented. Advertisements targeting health-conscious parents emphasized mini sizes and smoothies. Campaigns aimed at teenagers focused on customization and flavor variety. Social media marketing showcased extreme premium shakes as experiences and photo opportunities. Each segment received tailored messages that emphasized whatever aspect of the product aligned with their values or preferences. The industry's fundamental challenge remained unresolved. Shakes were profitable because they were large, sweet, and indulgent. Making them smaller reduced profitability. Making them less sweet made them less appealing to customers accustomed to intense sweetness. Creating genuinely healthier alternatives that tasted significantly different risked losing customers who wanted traditional shakes. The business model depended on qualities that were increasingly recognized as unhealthy. By 2015, the adaptation efforts had created complexity, but not fundamental change. Menu boards offered more options: mini sizes, smoothies, premium versions, customizable builds. Marketing emphasized quality, choice, and moderation. Digital systems provided data and flexibility. International expansion proceeded cautiously, adapting to local markets. But the core product, the large, sweet, calorie-dense shake, remained available and heavily marketed at every major chain. The adaptations existed alongside rather than replacing the problematic products. Customers who wanted a 1,200-calorie shake could still get one easily. The industry had responded to pressure by adding options and adjusting messaging, not by eliminating or fundamentally reformulating its most profitable products. But regulation was coming, whether the industry liked it or not. The Affordable Care Act's menu labeling provision took full effect in May 2018, requiring chain restaurants with 20 or more locations to display calorie counts directly on menu boards and menus. The regulation had been delayed multiple times as the restaurant industry lobbied for exemptions and modifications. But eventually, the transparency became mandatory. Suddenly, customers ordering at McDonald's or Burger King saw numbers they'd previously had to seek out. A large chocolate shake, 1,080 calories, displayed right next to the price. The immediate impact varied by product category. For shakes, the effect was significant. Research conducted in the months following implementation showed that shake sales declined by approximately 12% at chains where calorie labels were newly visible. The decline was steepest for the largest sizes. Customers confronted with 4-digit calorie counts often opted for smaller sizes or different beverages entirely. The industry had fought the labeling requirement for years, and the sales data explained why. The numbers on menu boards told stark stories. At Dairy Queen, a large blizzard, 1,320 calories. At Sonic, a large Oreo shake, 1,540 calories. At Five Guys, a large chocolate shake, 1,140 calories. These weren't hidden in fine print or buried in nutritional pamphlets. They were displayed prominently, impossible to ignore. Many customers seeing these numbers for the first time expressed genuine shock. Social media filled with posts from people photographing menu boards, expressing disbelief that a drink could contain nearly a full day's worth of calories. Soda taxes spread to more than a dozen major cities between 2015 and 2020, with varying approaches to milkshakes. Philadelphia's 1.5 cent per ounce tax, implemented in 2017, applied to any beverage with added sugar, explicitly including milkshakes. Berkeley's tax, the first in the nation in 2015, focused primarily on soda, but technical definitions caught some shake products. Seattle's tax exempted beverages that were more than 50% milk, creating a loophole for traditional dairy shakes while capturing others. The tax impact was measurable but not transformative. In Philadelphia, beverage sales subject to the tax declined by about 40% in the first year, though some of this represented customers crossing city boundaries to purchase in suburbs. Milkshake sales specifically dropped more modestly, perhaps 15 to 20%, partly because shakes were more likely to be consumed as part of a restaurant meal, rather than purchased separately. The taxes generated revenue for city programs but didn't fundamentally change consumption patterns. Schools completed the transformation begun decades earlier, eliminating virtually all milkshake and dessert beverage options by 2018. The Healthy, Hunger-Free Kids Act of 2010 had set strict nutritional standards for school meals, and beverages with high sugar content simply couldn't comply. Where schools once offered chocolate milkshakes alongside regular milk, now students could choose from plain milk, flavored milk with reduced sugar, or water. The change eliminated what had been many children's first regular exposure to milkshakes, potentially reshaping lifetime consumption patterns. Meanwhile, a generational shift in preferences was becoming evident. Millennials and Generation Z showed different consumption patterns than previous generations. They were more likely to seek out plant-based options, more interested in protein content and functional ingredients like probiotics or adaptogens, and more skeptical of traditional fast food. The classic milkshake, dairy-based, purely indulgent, offering no nutritional justification beyond calcium, didn't align with these values. Smoothie shops adapted by offering protein additions, superfood boosters, and plant-based milk alternatives. Traditional shake chains were slower to respond. By 2018, most major chains offered at least one non-dairy shake option, typically using almond milk or oat milk, but these remain niche products, generating small percentages of overall shake sales. The fundamental tension was that plant-based alternatives often cost more to produce while commanding similar or lower prices, compressing margins on already challenged products. Instagram culture created a peculiar phenomenon: milkshake tourism. Elaborate, photogenic shakes, towering with toppings, dripping with sauces, impossibly colorful, became social media sensations. Black Tap in New York City routinely had hour-long waits as customers lined up for shakes they primarily wanted to photograph. Similar shops appeared in major cities worldwide, each trying to create the next viral shake. But research revealed that many of these elaborate shakes weren't fully consumed. A 2019 study tracking waste at several premium shake shops found that customers typically consumed less than half of these massive creations. The shakes were Instagram content first, food second. This represented a strange evolution. The milkshake, as performance piece, valued more for its appearance and social media currency than for nutrition or even pleasure. The American mall, already in decline, accelerated its collapse during this period. Malls had been home to numerous shake shops, Dairy Queen, Häagen-Dazs, local operators, and as malls closed, these outlets disappeared. Department store anchors filed bankruptcy, foot traffic plummeted, and the food courts that had once been gathering places for teenagers became ghost towns. The shake shops that survived were increasingly located in strip malls, standalone buildings, or attached to gas stations rather than enclosed shopping centers. The delivery app revolution, DoorDash, Uber Eats, Grubhub, transformed restaurant economics but created challenges for frozen beverages. A shake ordered for delivery might sit in a car for 15 or 20 minutes before reaching the customer, during which time it would melt, separate, and become unappetizing. Some chains experimented with different cup designs, better insulation, or special preparation methods for delivery orders. Others simply noted that shakes didn't travel well and recommended against ordering them for delivery. Ghost kitchens, commercial kitchens with no storefront, operating solely for delivery, emerged as a new restaurant model. Some entrepreneurs launched virtual shake brands operating from these spaces, but the melting problem remained fundamental. Shakes needed to be consumed within minutes of preparation for optimal quality, making them poorly suited to the delivery model that was transforming restaurant business. Then COVID-19 arrived in early 2020, and everything changed. The pandemic initially devastated sit-down restaurants and even some fast food locations. But drive-thrus experienced a resurgence. They offered convenience and minimal human contact when those suddenly mattered more than ever. Chains with strong drive-thru presence, including those selling shakes, saw sales recover more quickly than competitors relying on dine-in traffic. The pandemic also heightened health consciousness in contradictory ways. Some consumers, stressed and isolated, sought comfort in indulgent foods, driving ice cream and shake sales temporarily upward. Others, increasingly aware of health vulnerability and the connection between obesity and severe COVID outcomes, became more careful about nutrition. Medical professionals noted that severe COVID cases correlated strongly with obesity and metabolic disorders, the very conditions linked to high sugar consumption. By late 2020, research was emerging about COVID's disproportionate impact on people with diabetes and obesity. Public health messaging emphasized the importance of healthy eating for immune function and disease resistance. The shake, long associated with pleasure and nostalgia, found itself in uncomfortable territory, linked, however, indirectly to vulnerability during a global health crisis. The cultural space occupied by milkshakes became increasingly conflicted during this period. They remained popular. Americans still purchased hundreds of millions annually. They retained nostalgic associations with simpler times, particularly appealing during pandemic stress. Marketing still featured happy families and carefree teenagers, but the guilty pleasure element intensified. Consuming a large shake increasingly required psychological justification. It had been a hard week. This was a special treat. Everything in moderation. One wouldn't hurt. Food writers and cultural critics began describing milkshakes as problematic pleasures, acknowledging both their cultural importance and their health implications. This represented a significant shift from decades of uncomplicated celebration. The shake couldn't be merely enjoyed anymore. It had to be contextualized, justified, or ironically appreciated. Some consumers responded by simply reducing consumption frequency. Where someone might have had a shake weekly in 2000, by 2020, that same person might indulge monthly or a few times per year. This represented exactly the kind of moderation that industry spokespeople had been advocating, but it was economically painful for chains dependent on frequent repeat visits. Regional variation in consumption became more pronounced. In some areas, particularly lower-income communities with limited access to healthier food options, shake consumption remained high. In affluent urban areas with extensive healthy food options, shake consumption declined more dramatically. This created uncomfortable equity questions. Were shakes becoming markers of class and access? Were the health consequences being borne disproportionately by communities with fewer choices? The industry's response to all these pressures was cautious modification rather than transformation. More small sizes appeared on menus. More alternative milk options became available. Marketing messaging emphasized choice and balance. But the fundamental products remained largely unchanged. A large chocolate shake in 2020 contained roughly the same calories and sugar as one from 2010, just with more prominent labeling. By the end of 2020, the milkshake occupied a genuinely strange cultural position. It remained embedded in American food culture, instantly recognizable, widely available, carrying powerful associations with childhood and simpler times. But it also carried baggage that previous generations hadn't associated with it. Guilt, health concerns, class implications, and awareness of manipulative food engineering. The innocent pleasure of the 1950s had become a complicated negotiation with oneself about priorities, health, and what constituted acceptable indulgence. The pandemic had revealed both the resilience and fragility of shake culture. Drive-thrus had proven their enduring appeal, but health consciousness had intensified. Economic pressures had closed marginal operators. Delivery economics remained challenging, and the generation coming of age during the pandemic had different expectations and preferences than their parents or grandparents. As we entered the 2020s, the milkshake was being reimagined once again. Walk into a McDonald's in 2024, and the shake machine might be broken, a situation so common it spawned internet memes and tracking websites. But even when the machines work, shakes occupy diminished space on menu boards, often relegated to dessert sections rather than featured as primary beverages. The cultural prominence that milkshakes enjoyed for decades has quietly faded. They still exist, still sell in substantial numbers, but they're no longer central to fast food identity or American dining culture the way they once were. The numbers tell the story. Industry data shows that shake sales across major chains declined approximately 30% between 2015 and 2024, even as overall fast food sales grew. The decline wasn't catastrophic. Chains still sold hundreds of millions of shakes annually, but the trajectory was clear and consistent. Year over year, fewer Americans were ordering shakes, and those who did were ordering them less frequently. The plant-based revolution reshaped shake offerings more dramatically than any previous trend. Oat milk, which barely existed in American markets before 2016, became ubiquitous by 2020. Its creamy texture made it ideal for shakes, far superior to earlier alternatives like almond milk or soy milk. Chains scrambled to add oat milk options, recognizing that younger consumers increasingly sought plant-based alternatives, not just for dietary restrictions, but as default preferences. Starbucks, not traditionally a shake destination, pioneered some plant-based innovations with its frappuccinos, essentially coffee milkshakes, offering oat milk, almond milk, coconut milk, and soy milk as standard options by 2021. Traditional shake chains followed more slowly. McDonald's began testing oat milkshakes in some markets in 2022. Dairy Queen experimented with non-dairy blizzards using coconut-based frozen desserts. Shake Shack added oat milk to its menu in 2023, charging a premium that customers seemed willing to pay. But plant-based shakes presented challenges. They cost more to produce. Oat milk was substantially more expensive than dairy milk, even with dairy prices rising. They tasted different, which some customers appreciated and others rejected. And they often had similar calorie and sugar content, to traditional shakes, undermining the perception that they were meaningfully healthier. A large oat milkshake might have the same 900 calories and 110 grams of sugar as its dairy counterpart, just with different fat composition. The protein shake crossover blurred categories in ways that would have been unthinkable 20 years earlier. Smoothie King, which had positioned itself as a healthier alternative to traditional shakes, now offered products that contained 40+ grams of protein, marketed explicitly to fitness enthusiasts and gym goers. These functional shakes occupied an awkward middle ground. They were sweet and cold like dessert shakes, but justified through fitness and nutrition rhetoric. Erewhon, an upscale Los Angeles grocery chain, became famous in 2022 for its 20+ smoothies made with exotic ingredients, collagen, adaptogens, and superfoods. These weren't traditional milkshakes by any definition, but they fulfilled similar cultural functions: cold, sweet, thick drinks purchased as treats. The astronomical prices and wellness marketing created a luxury category that had nothing to do with the democratic, affordable shake culture of previous generations. The clean label movement pushed chains towards simpler ingredient lists. Consumers, particularly younger ones, increasingly scrutinized ingredient lists and rejected products with long lists of unpronounceable chemicals. Some premium shake shops responded by emphasizing minimal processing: ice cream made from just cream, sugar, and natural flavoring, fresh fruit instead of syrups, nothing artificial whatsoever. This created a divide between premium operators who could afford expensive natural ingredients and mass-market chains whose economics depended on processed mixes and stabilizers. A shake at a local ice cream shop might contain 5 ingredients, all natural and recognizable. The same size shake at a major chain might contain 30 ingredients, including multiple emulsifiers, stabilizers, and artificial colors. Both were technically milkshakes, but they were fundamentally different products. Generation Z's consumption patterns diverged sharply from previous generations. Data from 2023 showed that Gen Z consumers purchased shakes at roughly 1/3 the frequency of baby boomers at the same age. For many Gen Z individuals, a milkshake was a genuinely occasional treat, something consumed a few times per year rather than weekly or monthly. This represented exactly the kind of moderate consumption that public health advocates had been recommending, but it was economically devastating for businesses built on frequent repeat purchases. The reasons for reduced consumption were complex. Greater health awareness played a role. Gen Z had grown up with nutrition labels and health warnings their parents encountered only as adults. Economic factors mattered too. Millennials and Gen Z faced greater financial pressures than previous generations, making expensive beverages harder to justify. And alternative options proliferated: expensive coffee drinks, energy drinks, bottled smoothies, and other beverages competed for the same discretionary spending. TikTok spawned entirely new shake categories that existed primarily in home kitchens rather than commercial establishments. The cottage cheese ice cream trend of 2023, frozen cottage cheese blended with sweetener and flavoring, created a high-protein, lower-calorie alternative to traditional shakes. Profi, protein coffee shakes, became morning beverages for fitness enthusiasts. Nature's cereal, coconut water with berries and ice, offered a lighter alternative to thick shakes. These trends were significant, less for their actual consumption. Many TikTok food trends were more watched than replicated than for what they revealed about changing values. The viral shakes were marketed as healthy, guilt-free, or functional. They were DIY rather than purchased from chains. They aligned with fitness goals rather than pure indulgence. They represented a fundamental shift from the treat-yourself culture that had driven shake consumption for decades. Diner nostalgia reached peak intensity even as actual diner dining declined further. Television shows and films set in the past featured diners and shakes prominently. Instagram accounts devoted to vintage diner aesthetics gained millions of followers. Urban exploration photographers documented abandoned diners, their empty counters and silent shake mixers evoking lost American innocence. The nostalgia was real and powerful, but it existed increasingly separate from actual consumption behavior. The few thriving diners became tourist destinations rather than neighborhood gathering places. A classic diner in a small town might see most of its business from travelers seeking authentic experiences rather than locals stopping by regularly. The economics were brutal. Labor costs had soared, making it nearly impossible to profitably employ the skilled workers who could craft traditional shakes by hand. Rent in areas with sufficient foot traffic was prohibitive for low-margin operations. Most surviving diners were either in low-cost locations, serving loyal local populations, or in high-traffic tourist areas, charging premium prices. Economic pressures forced adaptation across the industry. Labor costs in 2024 made handcrafted shakes increasingly expensive relative to automated alternatives. A traditional diner might need to charge $8,010 for a hand-mixed shake to cover labor, ingredients, and overhead. A fast food chain using automated equipment and processed mixes could sell comparable volume for $4 to $5 and still maintain higher margins. The economics favored industrialization and standardization, even as cultural preferences increasingly valued artisanal and authentic. Shake Shack represented one successful adaptation model: premium positioning, higher prices, and quality marketing that convinced customers the extra cost was justified. A Shake Shack shake might cost $6 to $7, but the company's branding around premium ingredients, better sourcing, and careful preparation created perceived value. The chain expanded steadily through the 2020s, though its growth rate slowed as it saturated major markets and faced increasing competition from similar fast casual concepts. Portillo's, a Chicago-based chain, thrived through intense regional loyalty and a menu that balanced nostalgia with modern expectations. Their chocolate cake shake, a Portillo's chocolate cake blended into a shake, became a signature item that couldn't be easily replicated. The chain expanded carefully beyond its Midwest base, but growth was measured, recognizing that regional identity was part of its appeal and that unlimited expansion would dilute brand value. Culver's, another Midwest chain, built its business partly around frozen custard. richer and denser than regular ice cream, and concrete mixers similar to Dairy Queen blizzards. The chain expanded to over 900 locations by 2024, demonstrating that quality-focused regional operators could still thrive. But Culver's success required specific conditions: strong regional identity, quality differentiation, and expansion into markets that valued the concept rather than saturation strategies. The broader pattern was consolidation and differentiation. The middle ground was disappearing. Either you were a large national chain with economies of scale and mass marketing, or you were a premium regional operator with strong differentiation and loyal customers. Independent operators without clear identity struggled. The generic shake shop, decent product, reasonable prices, no particular distinction, increasingly couldn't survive against competition from both ends of the market. Delivery apps, which had seemed to threaten shake businesses in the late 2010s, became grudgingly accepted by 2024. Chains developed better insulated cups, thicker shakes that melted more slowly, and systems for preparing orders immediately before pickup. Some operators even developed delivery-optimized shakes, slightly different formulations that held together better during transport. The experience still wasn't ideal, but it was acceptable enough that delivery became a meaningful percentage of sales at many locations. The ghost kitchen model, initially promising for virtual shake brands, largely failed to achieve sustainability. Shakes needed to be consumed quickly after preparation, making them poorly suited to the delivery-only model. Several virtual shake brands launched with significant venture capital investment between 2020 to 2022, but most had closed or pivoted by 2024. The survivors typically added other menu items or opened physical locations where customers could consume shakes immediately. International markets showed diverging patterns. In some developing economies, American-style shakes were still aspirational, symbols of Western affluence that growing middle classes sought to emulate. McDonald's shake sales in India and parts of Southeast Asia remained strong through the early 2020s. But in developed Asian markets like Japan and South Korea, Western shakes never achieved mainstream popularity, with local consumers preferring lighter, less sweet alternatives. Europe continued its pattern of smaller portions and lower consumption frequency. The American large shake remained unusual in most European markets, with a typical European shake closer to an American small or medium. Sugar taxes in multiple countries kept prices higher, reinforcing the positioning of shakes as occasional treats rather than everyday beverages. By 2024, the milkshake existed in a strange liminal space. It was still widely available. Most major chains still offered them, and dedicated shake shops operated in most cities. Americans still collectively consumed millions of shakes annually, but the cultural centrality had faded. Shakes no longer appeared constantly in advertising, no longer dominated beverage marketing, no longer seemed essential to food service operations. The product had become optional rather than essential, nostalgic rather than contemporary, something people consumed occasionally while acknowledging its problematic aspects rather than embracing it innocently. The milkshake in 2024 carried weight, historical, cultural, nutritional, that made it simultaneously appealing and uncomfortable, wanted and avoided, remembered fondly and consumed guiltily. So what do we learn from 150 years of milkshake history? Looking back across 15 decades of milkshake history, clear patterns emerge, repeated cycles that reveal fundamental truths about how humans interact with food, pleasure, and industrialization. These patterns aren't unique to milkshakes. They appear throughout the history of food industrialization, from sugar itself to processed bread to convenience foods of all kinds. But the milkshake's arc is particularly clear, making it an ideal case study for understanding how abundance transforms culture and health. The first pattern is perhaps the most straightforward. Technology consistently democratizes luxury. In ancient Persia, ice-cooled drinks were reserved for royalty and the wealthy. Only they could afford the labor and logistics of harvesting, transporting, and storing ice through scorching summers. By the mid-1800s, American ice harvesting had made ice accessible to the middle class. The invention of mechanical refrigeration in the early 1900s made it available to nearly everyone. Each technological advance moved what was once rare and precious toward everyday and ordinary. This democratization typically follows a predictable sequence. Initially, the luxury item is expensive and statusful. Consuming it signals wealth and taste. As technology improves and costs drop, the middle class gains access, and the product becomes a marker of modern living and prosperity. Eventually, production becomes so efficient that the product becomes ubiquitous and cheap, losing its status associations entirely. Ice followed this trajectory. So did ice cream. And so did the milkshake, moving from a handshaken treat, costing a substantial portion of a day's wages, to an automated product, costing less than an hour's minimum wage labor. The democratization is generally celebrated as progress. More people enjoying pleasures, once reserved for elites, represents genuine improvement in living standards. But the pattern reveals a complication. Things that were harmless as rare luxuries become problematic as everyday consumption. A Persian noble consuming an ice-cooled milk drink once per month experienced no health consequences. An American teenager consuming multiple large milkshakes weekly in the 1990s faced predictable metabolic effects. The technology that made abundance possible didn't include wisdom about how to handle that abundance. The second pattern follows directly. Convenience drives adoption, but excess eventually drives backlash. The electric mixer made shakes more convenient to produce, driving their adoption across thousands of fountains. The drive-in made them more convenient to consume, expanding the customer base. The franchise system made them conveniently available everywhere, standardized and predictable. Each convenience innovation drove increased consumption, which seemed beneficial until the cumulative effects became impossible to ignore. The backlash, when it arrived, focused initially on the most extreme manifestations: the 32-ounce shakes, the 2,000-calorie specialty creations, the aggressive marketing to children. But the underlying issue wasn't really about specific portion sizes or marketing tactics. It was about a food system that had made hyper-palatable, calorie-dense foods so convenient and affordable that consuming them constantly required no thought or effort. The convenience that drove adoption had enabled overconsumption on a scale that human physiology wasn't equipped to handle. The third pattern is darker. Industries resist health evidence until forced by regulation. The milkshake industry had access to the same medical research that public health advocates were citing. Internal documents show that major chains tracked obesity trends, commissioned nutritional studies, and understood the health implications of their products. But their public response was denial, deflection, and delay. The evidence was questioned, the science was challenged, and responsibility was pushed onto consumers. This resistance wasn't unique to milkshakes or even to food companies. Tobacco companies followed similar strategies for decades. Lead paint manufacturers did the same. The pattern seems to be that industries whose profits depend on problematic products will resist regulation as long as politically and economically feasible, regardless of health evidence. Only when public pressure becomes overwhelming or regulation becomes inevitable do they adapt, and even then, often minimally and grudgingly. But the pattern also shows that regulation eventually works, at least partially. Menu labeling reduced consumption. Sugar taxes reduced consumption. School beverage restrictions changed childhood habits. These interventions didn't eliminate milkshakes or even reduce them to insignificance, but they moved consumption patterns in directions that public health evidence supported. The lesson seems to be that voluntary industry action is insufficient. Meaningful change requires regulatory intervention backed by sustained political will. The fourth pattern is more wistful. Nostalgia preserves cultural forms even as consumption declines. By 2024, actual milkshake consumption had fallen substantially from its peak, but cultural affection for the idea of milkshakes remained strong. The image of teenagers sharing a shake at a diner counter, the memory of post-game victory shakes, the association of shakes with simpler, happier times. These retained power even for people who rarely consumed actual shakes. This nostalgia served multiple functions. It provided emotional comfort, connecting people to their own pasts or to imagined pasts they'd learned about through media. It created market opportunities for premium operators who could charge higher prices by evoking authentic traditions. And it complicated public health messaging. People resisted hearing negative information about foods they associated with positive memories and cultural identity. The nostalgia wasn't entirely false. Milkshakes really had been central to mid-century American culture. Diners really had been community gathering places. The memories and associations were grounded in actual historical experience. But nostalgia erased context, particularly the fact that portion sizes had grown dramatically, that consumption frequency had increased, and that the product itself had been transformed by industrial food science into something that would have been unrecognizable to previous generations. The fifth pattern is perhaps most fundamental. Treats become daily habits in abundance, and the hedonic treadmill that makes satisfaction ever more elusive. When milkshakes were expensive and rare, they delivered intense pleasure and satisfaction. The occasional shake was an event, memorable and special. But as shakes became cheaper, and more available, they became routine. Routine consumption required increasing stimulation to deliver the same satisfaction. Sweeter flavors, larger portions, more extreme combinations. This is the hedonic treadmill in action, the psychological phenomenon where increased stimulus requires ever greater intensity to produce the same hedonic response. The traditional vanilla shake eventually seemed boring, requiring extreme flavors like birthday cake or cookie dough explosion to generate excitement. The 12-ounce serving seemed inadequate, requiring 32 ounces to feel like a proper treat. But even these escalations provided only temporary satisfaction before adaptation required further escalation. The pattern suggests a fundamental paradox. Abundance undermines enjoyment. The milkshake was most satisfying when it was rare. Making it constantly available, infinitely varied, and ever larger didn't increase net satisfaction. It just raised the baseline and made each individual experience less special. This insight applies far beyond milkshakes, touching basic questions about how modern affluence affects human well-being. Examining what worked in addressing milkshake-related health concerns reveals a few clear strategies. Transparency helped. Menu labeling gave consumers information they'd lacked, enabling more informed choices. Education worked, particularly when started early. Children who learned about nutrition and metabolism in schools made different choices as adults. Smaller portions as defaults were effective. When restaurants offered mini sizes prominently and large sizes less visibly, many customers chose the smaller option, and gradual reformulation reduced sugar and calories without triggering consumer rejection. Though industry pursued this strategy too slowly and incompletely, what didn't work is equally instructive. Prohibition thinking, telling people they should never consume shakes, generated resistance and resentment. Demonizing individual foods while ignoring broader dietary patterns and food systems missed the point. Public health campaigns that lectured or shamed consumers without acknowledging the cultural meaning and emotional importance of foods like milkshakes failed to connect. And approaches that ignored economic factors, particularly that unhealthy foods were often cheaper and more accessible than healthy alternatives, addressed symptoms rather than causes. International comparisons provide valuable perspective. Countries that maintained smaller portions and higher prices for American-style fast food, like most of Europe, saw lower obesity rates. Countries that restricted marketing to children experienced less childhood obesity. Countries with strong food traditions that valued fresh ingredients and home cooking resisted the most extreme aspects of American food industrialization. These societies weren't perfect, and they faced their own health challenges, but they demonstrated that different regulatory approaches and cultural values could produce different outcomes. France provides an especially interesting comparison. McDonald's succeeded in France, but French consumers maintained different eating patterns. Portions were smaller, meals were consumed more slowly, and fast food remained occasional rather than everyday consumption. Various factors contributed: stronger cultural norms around food and eating, higher prices, different urban geography that made car-based dining less convenient. But the result was that France adopted American fast food without experiencing American levels of obesity and metabolic disease, at least not to the same degree. Japan offers another model. Milkshakes never achieved mainstream popularity, partly because Japanese consumers preferred different flavors and textures, partly because existing food culture emphasized lighter, less sweet options. When McDonald's entered Japan, it had to adapt extensively to local preferences. The adaptations weren't just cosmetic. They reflected genuine cultural differences in how food was valued and consumed. The lesson that American food products aren't inevitably successful everywhere, and cultural resistance can be protective. The milkshake serves as an ideal case study for understanding food industrialization's complete arc. It shows how technological innovation transforms artisanal processes into industrial ones, how competitive pressure drives portion inflation, how food science can engineer palatability that overrides natural satiety signals, how marketing creates and shapes demand, how health consequences emerge slowly enough to be ignored until they become crisis, and how regulatory and cultural responses eventually curb the worst excesses. The arc isn't complete. Milkshakes still exist, still sell, and their future remains uncertain. But the pattern is clear enough to draw lessons applicable to other foods and other contexts. Understanding the milkshake's history helps us understand how modern food systems work, why they generate the health outcomes they do, and what kinds of interventions might address problems without eliminating pleasures. The milkshake's journey from ancient luxury to everyday excess to questioned indulgence reveals truths about human nature, technological change, corporate behavior, and public health challenges that extend far beyond one drink. It's a history of innovation and convenience, pleasure and consequence, culture and commerce, all swirled together like ingredients in a blender, creating something that's simultaneously wonderful and problematic, nostalgic and contested, simple and impossibly complex. From ancient ice to Instagram, from luxury to everyday to questioned, where does the milkshake go from here? The journey has been long and winding, from Persian engineers packing ice into domed yakchuls 4 centuries before Christ, through Roman snowrunners carrying frozen luxury down from mountains, across medieval trade routes where Arab merchants mixed chilled milk with honey and rosewater, to American ice harvests on frozen New England lakes, into the marble and brass soda fountains of Victorian pharmacies, through the chrome diners of the 1950s and the drive-thrus of suburban America, arriving finally at oat milk alternatives and Instagram famous creations topped with entire slices of cake. The milkshake's history spans 3 millennia and 4 continents. It touched ancient empires and modern fast food chains. It involved Persian engineers, Roman emperors, medieval spice traders, American pharmacists, ingenious inventors, ruthless businessmen, earnest nutritionists, and billions of ordinary people seeking something cold, sweet, and satisfying. The drink changed constantly in ingredients, preparation, portion size, cultural meaning, yet remained recognizably itself, a cold, thick, sweet beverage that delivered pleasure and comfort. The core transformation follows a pattern that appears throughout history. sacred to common to contested. What begins as a rare luxury available only to elites gradually becomes accessible to more people through technological and economic development. Democratization is celebrated as progress. More people enjoying life's pleasures represents genuine improvement in human welfare. But as the luxury becomes commonplace, then ubiquitous, then excessive, problems emerge. The rare treat that harmed no one, as an occasional indulgence, becomes a public health concern when consumed constantly by millions. This life cycle of indulgence isn't unique to milkshakes. Sugar itself followed this pattern. Precious spice to common sweetener to health crisis. Meat consumption follows similar trajectories. Even behaviors like air travel or internet use can exhibit comparable patterns. The lesson is that humans struggle to handle abundance wisely. Our instincts evolved for scarcity, and we lack built-in mechanisms to prevent overconsumption when things we crave become unlimited and cheap. The ongoing questions facing the milkshake are simultaneously practical and philosophical. Can the milkshake exist sustainably? The environmental footprint of dairy production, greenhouse gas emissions, water usage, land requirements, raises serious concerns as climate change intensifies. A traditional dairy shake carries a substantial carbon cost. Plant-based alternatives reduce some impacts while raising others. The question of sustainable milkshakes forces consideration of what we value and what we're willing to sacrifice. Should the milkshake exist at all? This question feels almost absurd. Of course, people should be allowed to enjoy milkshakes if they choose. But the question becomes more complex when we consider marketing to children, subsidies that make unhealthy foods cheap while healthy foods remain expensive, food deserts where milkshakes are more accessible than fresh fruit, and healthcare systems straining under the weight of diet-related diseases. Individual freedom meets collective consequences in ways that have no simple resolution. The evidence from the past 2 decades suggests a likely future. Occasional treats survive, while daily habits don't. The milkshake won't disappear, but it will increasingly return to being what it was in earlier eras. Something special, consumed rarely, marking celebrations or special occasions. This represents neither triumph nor defeat for any party, just a rebalancing toward patterns that are culturally sustainable and individually healthy. Several factors point toward this future. Generation Alpha, born after 2010, is growing up with different norms around food and health. They're learning nutrition in schools from early ages, seeing calorie counts on menus as routine, and absorbing cultural messages about climate and sustainability that previous generations encountered later in life or not at all. Their default relationship with milkshakes will likely be more distant than their grandparents, something they understand exists and occasionally enjoy, but not something woven into daily or weekly life. Economic pressures also push toward less frequent consumption. Labor costs make handcrafted shakes expensive. Good versions cost £8 to £12 in 2024, pricing them as genuine treats rather than casual purchases. Cheap versions from major chains remain available, but as health concerns and cultural cachet shift, consumers increasingly prefer quality over quantity. The middle ground, where previous generations purchased decent shakes for modest prices, is disappearing, leaving premium treats on one side and declining fast food options on the other. The technology horizon offers intriguing possibilities. Personalized nutrition AI could analyze individual metabolic responses and recommend optimal consumption patterns. Perhaps one person can handle a milkshake weekly without issue, while another should limit consumption to monthly. This level of personalization could move beyond one-size-fits-all dietary recommendations toward genuinely individualized guidance. Cellular agriculture, growing dairy proteins in laboratories without cows, could revolutionize milkshake sustainability. Companies are already producing molecularly identical dairy proteins through fermentation, creating milk that's chemically indistinguishable from conventional dairy, but with a fraction of the environmental footprint. Shakes made from these products could deliver traditional taste and texture without the climate impact. Whether consumers will embrace lab-grown dairy remains uncertain, but the technology is advancing rapidly. New preservation methods might address the delivery problem that currently limits milkshake distribution. If shakes could maintain quality for hours rather than minutes, new business models become viable. But this risks enabling overconsumption by making shakes even more convenient and available. Technology rarely arrives with clear ethical instructions. It offers capabilities that societies must decide how to deploy. Climate considerations will increasingly shape food choices, including milkshakes. As climate change impacts intensify and public awareness grows, high-emission foods face growing scrutiny. Dairy production contributes roughly 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. A milkshake made with traditional dairy carries a carbon footprint perhaps 10 times that of a plant-based alternative. For climate-conscious consumers, particularly younger ones, this matters. Some restaurants and chains will adapt by emphasizing lower-impact alternatives, oat milkshakes, smaller portions, locally sourced ingredients. Others will continue traditional practices, accepting a smaller customer base of people who prioritize taste and tradition over sustainability. The market will likely segment along these lines, with different operators serving different values and preferences. The American diner increasingly exists as a living museum, preserved not because it's economically optimal, but because it carries cultural significance worth maintaining. A few dozen truly classic diners remain operational, maintained by dedicated owners or preservation societies. They serve expensive milkshakes to tourists and locals who value authenticity and connection to the past. These spaces are important, even essential, but they're fundamentally different from the thousands of working-class diners that once dotted American highways and served everyday customers. The tension between preservation and living culture is unresolvable. Preserving a diner as a museum allows future generations to experience something of the past, but it's necessarily artificial. The social context that made the diner meaningful has vanished. Yet, without preservation, the physical spaces and cultural knowledge disappear entirely. Perhaps the answer is both. A few preserved spaces that maintain authenticity, and new spaces that honor diner traditions while adapting to contemporary needs and values. Return to human scale for a moment. Imagine taking your child for a milkshake on a summer evening. You sit together at a counter or in a car or at a small table. The shake arrives, cold, thick, sweet. Your child's face lights up. You each take sips through straws or share one shake with two straws the way countless couples and families have done for generations. Knowing the full history, the Persian ice houses, the Victorian fountains, the drive-in heyday, the supersize era, the health crisis, the adaptations and controversies, does it change the moment? Perhaps it adds depth. You understand that this simple pleasure connects you to millennia of human ingenuity and to complex questions about culture, health, and values. You're not just drinking a milkshake. You're participating in a tradition while making choices about how that tradition should continue. The mindfulness might change how often you share this experience, maybe monthly or seasonally rather than weekly. It might change what you order, a smaller size, a plant-based version, a shake from a local shop rather than a chain. But it doesn't eliminate the pleasure or the meaning. It just makes the moment more intentional, more considered, more precious because it's rare. The milkshake built American social spaces, soda fountains, diners, drive-ins, mall food courts. It provided gathering places where teenagers could socialize, families could treat themselves, communities could come together. These spaces reflected American values: mobility, informality, democracy, optimism, and yes, excess. The milkshake was always more than a beverage. It was a symbol of American abundance and the promise that pleasure and comfort were available to everyone, not just elites. But abundance without wisdom creates problems. The milkshake's evolution from occasional treat to everyday habit contributed to a public health crisis that continues to unfold. The drink now reflects different American qualities: overconsumption, food engineering that prioritizes palatability over health, marketing that targets vulnerable populations, and systems that make unhealthy choices easy while healthy choices remain difficult. This isn't a story of villains and victims. It's a story of human nature meeting technological capability and economic incentive, playing out over generations with consequences that nobody fully anticipated or intended. The inventors of the electric mixer weren't trying to create an obesity epidemic. The drive-in operators weren't plotting to harm children. The food scientists weren't malicious. Each acted according to their own logic and incentives, and the cumulative result was something no individual designed or desired. The milkshake now asks us to be more intentional about what we consume, how often, in what portions, and why. It asks us to think about pleasure and health, tradition and adaptation, individual freedom and collective well-being. These aren't easy questions, and reasonable people will answer them differently. But the questions themselves are valuable, forcing consideration of what kind of food culture we want to create and pass to future generations. The milkshake isn't going away. It's too deeply embedded in culture, too connected to memory and meaning, too delicious and comforting to disappear entirely. But it's changing, returning gradually to something closer to its original form, a genuine treat consumed occasionally, marking special moments rather than filling ordinary ones. From ancient luxury through everyday excess and back to conscious treat, the circle completes. The transformation took millennia, from Persian ice houses to present-day plant-based alternatives. But the pattern is clear. What was rare became common. What was common became excessive. And what was excessive is becoming intentional. The chrome shake machines still hum in diners across America, just a little more quietly now. Fewer shakes are made than in peak years, but each one might be savored more, chosen more deliberately, enjoyed with greater awareness of its place in personal and cultural history. The teenagers still share shakes, the families still celebrate with them, the memories still form. But the frequency has changed, the portions have adjusted, and the understanding has deepened. And that might be just right. Not perfect. Nothing about food systems and public health ever is, but better than it was, moving in directions that balance pleasure with well-being, tradition with adaptation, individual choice with collective health. The milkshake endures, transformed by its journey, carrying its history, still offering comfort and joy, just asking to be approached with a bit more wisdom and a bit more care. The story continues. Each milkshake consumed adds another moment to a history that spans millennia. And somewhere tonight, in a diner or drive-thru, at a mall kiosk or a premium shake shop, someone is ordering a shake, taking that first cold, sweet sip, and adding their small moment to a very long story. The story of how humans pursued pleasure, created abundance, learned difficult lessons, and perhaps, gradually, found better balance. Good night.